Uh, Uncle Roy, good morning. I see a Samsung. Good morning. I see a Samsung X5. Is that you, Honorable Motley?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Hi, good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Recording in progress.
Yes, when I say good morning, everyone, it's just to acknowledge that it is 9 a.m. and that we are about to start. Let me just give a few house rules. What we normally do, we give the house rules on our online meetings. Disang, can you flight the agenda for us, please? We would like everyone on the platform to ensure that the gadgets remain muted. It's only when we have a presentation or deliberations where you will then unmute yourself and then do your presentations on the deliberations by our members. They will then raise their hands with the assistance of Disang. We will then acknowledge their hands and they can then proceed with their inputs. If you do not have enough bandwidth, especially those who are presenting, if you do not have enough bandwidth, you may just open your video in the beginning so that we see the face that is presenting to us, and then close your video again, and then proceed with your presentation. Now, let me start with our opening remarks for today. Today, we are joined by the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour, led by Chairperson Maneli. We have also invited the Federated Hospitality Association of South Africa and the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. So I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Department of Employment and Labour, led by DM Sipia and Chabalala, and our own Department of Tourism, led by DM Socho. A concern has been raised about the number of foreign nationals working in the country's hospitality industry, which includes our accommodation, food and beverages services. And instead of the employment numbers declining of foreign nationals, it increases year on year. One of the key priorities of the GNU is job creation. That is what must occupy all of our minds. The tourism industry has been identified as one of the greatest contributors of jobs in our country, and the hospitality industry, restaurants, hotels, foods and beverages. We have observed for years the employment of foreigners in the hospitality industry doing jobs that our ordinary citizens could have done. Unemployment amongst young people has reached a boiling point that has given rise to social ills in our society. Hence, we have called this meeting today so that we can all find solutions to the unemployment crisis amongst our youth. With that said, Disang, okay, the agenda is still there. Now we'll move to the second item on the agenda, which is the apologies. Disang?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the DMs present, members of the committee, and guests. Chair, the apologies I've received is from the Minister of Employment and Labour, Minister Meth, and Minister Delil, who are in the extended cabinet meeting. The delegations that are here, Chair, from the Department of Employment and Labour, we've got the DM, Honorable Jomo Sibia, for Department of Employment and Labour. We've also got Deputy Minister Chabalala, who is the Deputy Minister for Employment and Labour. And then the department, from the Department of Employment and Labour, Chair, we've got the DDG for Public Employment Services, who is Mr. Sam Morotoba. Then we've got Ms. Egi Muilwa, who is the DDG for Inspection and Enforcement Services. We've got also Mr. Tembinkosi Mkhalipi, who is the acting DDG for Labor Policy and Industrial Relations. And then the acting DG chair might be attending, but apparently she also submitted an apology as she's attending another meeting that was basic education. That is Ms. Jackie Mutisani. And then from the Department of Tourism, the delegation is led by the DG, Mr. Victor Vele. The DDG for Tourism Policy Research and International Relations, Ms. Anim Malan. Then the DDG for Tourism Sector Support Services, Ms. Maditong Kisitwaba. And then we've got the Director for Policy Planning and Strategy, Ms. Senzo Nkala. And then from South African Tourism, we've got the Acting CEO, Ms. Daryl Erasmus. Ms. Bronwet Oret is the Chief Quality Assurance Officer. And then Mr. Tony Nkadimeng, who is the Government and Industry Relations Officer. And then from the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor Chair, I've got my colleague who is the Committee Secretary who will give apologies. From my side, I have not received apologies from the members of the committee. They are present, Chair. I'll just give it to Mr. Sakaza, just to give the apologies from the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor. Through you, Chairperson.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to all the members of the committees, both committees, Tourism and Employment and Labor. Chairperson, from my Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor, I've got no apology. I see on the platform we've got our Chairperson, Honorable Maneli, we've got Honorable Mukwili, we've got Honorable Zungula, Honorable Mbele, and Honorable Basson. I have not received any apology. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Sakasa. Now that we know who is on the platform today in today's meeting, I would just like to give an opportunity to my counterpart, the Chairperson of Employment and Labor, Mr. Maneli, to make some remarks. Mr. Maneli, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Tourism, Honorable Alumango. I just want to switch on the video so that you know it's still me that is speaking as I proceed. Maybe let me start by putting on record that we do have some duplicates, and it will be very easy to leave them out. Let me start there. Honorable Mayeto serves in both committees, so he has not been acknowledged on the side of Employment and Labor, so he's already on the platform. Honorable Nonzele, the whip of the committee, is also on the platform. I just thought I should start there. Allow me, Chair, in doing these brief remarks by firstly appreciating your invite for us as the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor to join this meeting that discusses a very important issue of foreign nationals' employment, but more from a point of ensuring, as you would have already said, that South Africans get to be employed, especially in areas where indeed scarce skills may not be an issue, like in this industry of the tourism, or what they call hospitality, or what they call accommodation, depending from where you come from. I think from the side of the committee doing the oversight, we foreground this from a point that we are overseeing existing legislation with regard to employment of foreign nationals, which is primarily governed by the Immigration Act 13 of 2002 and the Employment Services Act number 4 of 2014. And from this existing legislation, as we do our oversight, what then gets to be quite clear is that the instruments that are used are dependable from a point of cooperation between different departments. As you know, that immigration is primarily a point that is made for Home Affairs to come on board, and therefore want to suggest that as we get to continue the discussion, we can also bring them on board as the visa regime and everything else that relates to immigration at least originates from that point with limited work, as it would be seen in the presentations on what employment and labor would do. For that reason, we would have looked at some policy change so as to strengthen this aspect. And surely as you get through the presentations, you will then understand why we would have been pushing for the national labor migration policy to be fast-tracked from the side of the executive, but from the point of legislation, the Employment Services Amendment Bill, which is almost at entry point now in the Parliament side, having been approved by Cabinet. And we think that also will then strengthen the side of employment and labor, not just from the point of coordination, but those that do the operations like the inspectorate being able to be empowered to act in that regard. But we do this, Honorable Chair and members of the committees on the platform and all stakeholders, from a point that it is not possible to have inspectors everywhere else, given the numbers and the companies that they need to work on. That even when we have some inspectors, as you would have seen about Project 20,000, we were bringing on board some additional capacity. But we are going to rely more on us doing advocacy work, and that's why it's important, the stakeholders that are engaging today, that working together and be able to promote the need to comply and making them to understand that compliance may seem to be quite very difficult, but non-compliance can be even worse because of the penalties that come with that. And therefore, that advocacy work will then help us to be everywhere without being physical, but also in the way the message goes through, where it is voluntary to act in a way that complies with the law. And in this case, when it is an issue of patriotism, that we have to ensure South Africans, as they are first on the line and qualify, they are the first to be considered before we look at people that you are bringing in, especially when the skills aren't there, becomes an important issue. But again, where the skills may not be there because they are scarce skills, at least understand the plan as part of our skills revolution in the country, that we train people along those lines such a way that South Africans will ultimately be able to do this task. So therefore, we are here today as members of the Portfolio Committee, also informed by that. And I must say, Chair, you've just called us fresh from an oversight week in the Free State that focused mainly on the hospitality industry and the farming, and therefore can, as we engage, also share our practical experiences on the ground in relation to this part. We will therefore be participating actively as members of the Portfolio Committee as a way of demonstrating our honor and appreciation for you to call us to participate in this meeting as I get back to you, Chair. So those would have been my remarks in appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Maneli, for your opening remarks. I've seen we've not adopted the agenda. After all the opening remarks, now may I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda?
I adopt the agenda, Madam Chair. Honorable Motley.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Honorable Moodley. I was just looking because I can see, normally on the screen it will show, it will light up the person that is speaking. It says Samsung SM. Disang, is it possible
Yeah.
to just rename the gadget to Honorable Moodley just for record purposes, please?
Okay, Chair, will do.
Okay, thank you, Disang. Thank you, Honorable Moodley. Is there a seconder for Honorable Moodley for the adoption of the agenda?
The hand of Honorable Songo is up.
Thank you, Honorable Shlongo.
Thank you, Chair. I second the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Shlongo. I think with that said, our agenda is duly adopted. We now may proceed to the fifth item on the agenda. But before I give the Department of Employment and Labor an opportunity to do their presentation, I would just like to acknowledge the presence of both DM Sibia and Chabalala, and then give an opportunity to either one of the DMs to give an input and make some remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll just switch on the video, Chair, and switch it off so that I can be audible enough. I hope the Chairperson will allow me to do that.
No, DMCB, I've said in the beginning, just for, for record purposes, you can switch on your video before speaking, and then we acknowledge your presence in the meeting. You may proceed with your video off.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, once again. Greetings to you, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the other Chairperson from the Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labor, the members of both portfolio committees, the managers who are part of this meeting, the senior managers, all of them from both departments, the two deputy ministers, Deputy Minister Sochu and Deputy Minister Nematsinga Chabalala. Good morning to everyone who's part of this meeting. I know we've got other guests who are part of the meeting, like FEDASA, whom we also work with in our work that we do every day. Chairperson, we appreciate this opportunity to be part of this meeting. It's a very strategic and important meeting that has to deal with a very important discussion and a very important matter, which has become a national agenda. Every day, our people are discussing the matter that we are discussing today. And if it's not attended, and
Honorable Maecho, can you please mute yourself? That's why I've stated in the beginning, I've given the House rules. Please remain muted. You may proceed.
Thank you very
DM
much, Chair.
Sibia.
Thank you, Chair. If this matter is not attended with speed, Chair, it might be one of the matters that can see this country getting deep into trouble. But I'm very glad that today, as the two departments and the two portfolio committees, we are taking this matter in a manner that it deserves, the seriousness that it deserves. I think, Chair, both yourself and the Portfolio Committee Chair of Employment and Labor have really covered the ground, and you have said a mouthful when it comes to this issue of the employment of foreigners in South Africa. It can either be legal or illegal foreign immigrants who are in our country, but it is an issue that needs to be looked at. In particular, today we are discussing in the field or in the sector of hospitality industry. It's important that we must agree that as a country, and it comes to the issue of being patriotic, as the Employment and Labor Portfolio Committee Chair has said, that we need to start prioritizing South Africans. If we don't prioritize South Africans when it comes to job opportunities and employment, I can assure you, Chairperson, that we are not going to see any difference. For our people to live a decent life, they need decent jobs, and the available jobs needs to be given to our people. The levels of unemployment in our country have reached unacceptable levels, and this needs all of us. There is not a single department that can deal with this alone. It needs the entire collective of government with private sector, because it's private sector in the main that employs quite a number of people in our country. In any country, it's private sector that contribute more in job creation. So we need to walk this journey together. We need to make sure that in everything that we do, we take each other into confidence and understand that the challenges that are faced by our people remain not only government challenges, but they remain the challenges for all of us. And it means all of us, we must contribute in changing the picture. As the department chair, I must say that our commitment when it comes towards a country that is complying with the labor laws of this republic remains one of our most important tasks. But I can safely say that we are a challenged country when it comes to compliance. Quite a number of employers having understood or are not understanding the realities that we are faced with. That's why they still prefer to employ people who are not supposed to be in South Africa, who are even illegal in South Africa. But also even those who are legal, who are not supposed to be part of some of the work that they are doing, not bringing any critical skill or not bringing any other skill that we don't have. Some of the skills are the skills that we do have in the country, but you'll find employers choosing to employ people who are doing general work and such kind of work. Chairperson, I think I will not be saying much due to the time constraints. We want to cover a lot when it comes to our presentation. I just want to hasten to say in the Department of Employment and Labor, we do not have a sector called tourism, Chair. We have a hospitality sector that has taken care of in one way or the other by the inspectorate branch, which is the IES branch. We include tourism in the accommodation sector. In the accommodation sector, Chair, we have the following: the accommodation, short-term accommodation activities, camping grounds, recreational vehicles, parks, and trailer parks, food and beverages services activities, restaurants and mobile food services, events, catering, and other food services activities. Our officials will say more, Chairperson, about accommodation sector. They will also share with you, members of the committee, the issues around the Immigration Act, which, by the way, is not housed in the Department of Employment and Labor, but in the Department of Home Affairs. What I stated earlier on as the importance of joint portfolio committees applies here. We may have to pay more attention, Chair, in committees when we deal with the acts or policies that pass through us. Let me say for now that the Immigration Act prescribes through the regulations for the Department of Employment and Labor to issue recommendation certificates for the following work visa types, which are business visa, where Department of Employment and Labor confirm that an enterprise issued with a business visa has 60% of total staff complement as South Africans or permanent residents. The general work visa, the corporate visa, which is for group application, that one, the corporate visa one. It's for the Department of Employment and Labor as well to confirm that despite diligent search, South Africans with the requisite skills could not be sourced for placement in the vacancies. So it's what I was talking about, that this is the only time where we expect that employers will source some placements outside the country where South Africans can't be found within our country. Again, labor law compliance requirements. The client employer is inspected to ensure compliance when applying for any work visa. We have that responsibility as the Department of Employment and Labor to inspect all employers to make sure that they comply when they are applying with any work visa in this country. One of the main policy interventions from the Department of Employment and Labor is the National Labour Migration Policy, which the Portfolio Committee Chair has touched on. Policy interventions assist the Department of Employment and Labor in managing labor migration through the National Labour Migration Policy, which seeks to balance complex priorities. One is to address South Africans' expectations for work access by introducing maximum quotas for documented foreign nationals, reinforcing the Migration Act and prosecuting employers hiring undocumented workers. 2 is to complement the Ministry of Small Business by prohibiting foreign nationals from employment or establishing business in certain sectors and amending the Small Business Act accordingly. Again, is to align the Department of Home Affairs in reviewing Immigration, Citizenship, and Refugees Act, enhancing border security and improving visa processes for scarce and critical skills while promoting skills transfer and recruiting in the diaspora. It's very, very important that even when we recruit from outside, Chairperson, we need to make sure that there is skills transfer so that when those people leave the country, we are able to say we've been able to secure these skills within our country. It also ensures protection of migrant workers and their families guided by South Africa's constitution and international treaties and conventions, which we are part of as the country. It is within the framework of regional integration commitments at SADC and African Union levels. So this labor migration policy covers everything that you are part of, whether it's in SADC and African Union. It observes all those protocols. It also promotes government involvement in securing employment for South Africans abroad through bilateral labor agreements that protect rights, welfare, and support reintegration. This is very important because our own people in South Africa are all over the world, are scattered in Africa. You find them in Europe, in Asia, in America. So very, very important that as government, we take that responsibility and get involved in securing employment for South Africans abroad through the bilateral labor agreements, because it's not that it's only other people who are in our country, but our own people are in other countries. We must always take that into cognizance. I do not intend to go beyond this point, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, as I was just laying foundation for the team that we are having from the Department of Employment and Labor, who have the expertise in the field, who will have a word on these matters administratively. They will be getting deeper in all of them. I now hand over to the team and the members of the department to take us through the presentation. Chairperson, we have DDG Kalipi, DDG Moreptoba, and DDG Moilwa. They will be covering the presentation, Chairperson, for us. It's not a long presentation, but it will be able to give us clarity on these matters and the work that is being done. Let me hand over to the team now. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, DM Sibia, for your remarks. I'll hand over to your team now.
Good morning, Honorable Chairpersons, honorable members of the 2 portfolio committees, the guests, our deputy ministers, DGs from tourism, colleagues in the department. The acting DG is not in the meeting. I was requested to lead, and the presentation that we are going to make is in 3 parts. Mr. Mkalipi is also not in the meeting, but Ms. Ntswaki Mamasele is going to lead. I will come in, and Ms. Mwilwa will then complete. Ms. Ntswaki, are you in? Because she was kicked out. Otherwise, I'll proceed. Are you in, Ms. Ntswaki?
I'm in, DDG.
Please proceed.
Your committees, our honorable deputy ministers, the department, and honorable members of the 2 portfolio committees. Good morning to you all. And I'm going to request that Ms. Matapelo help me, Mataboge help me to flight the presentation or you permit me, so that we can have a flow in our presentation. Matapelo, please put it on a slideshow. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I'm going to give you some statistics in relation to the employment of foreign nationals in the tourism sector. We actually call it an accommodation sector in terms of the classifications that we have in the Employment Equity Act. So MAP is actually covered by the accommodation sector. In the accommodation sector, we're dealing with hotels which provide accommodation, the B&Bs, the bed and breakfast, the guest houses. We deal with the camping grounds, recreational vehicle parks and trailer parks. We also cover the food and beverages service and event and other food services activities. We actually covering the whole hospitality sector. Therefore, in the next slides, we'll look at the statutory data that was submitted by designated employers in the 2024 EE reporting period. Honorable members, if you look at the slides, the law requires that we request employers that are designated to submit on an annual basis the employment equity reports. When we talk about designated employers, these are employers that employ 50 and more employees. They are required to develop their own EE plans and then submit the EE reports between 1 September and 15 January annually. Therefore, the stats that I'm presenting only cover the designated employers. However, employers that employ 50 and less are still required to comply with the provisions of Chapter 2 of the Employment Equity Act. And starting from this year, 1 January 2025, all employers, irrespective of their size, are being monitored for compliance so that they can obtain an employment equity certificate of compliance. Although the small employers that have less than 50 employees are not required to submit an e-report, required to comply with the provisions of unfair discrimination so that they can obtain a certificate of compliance. It's not like Employment Equity Act. So the stats that you look at here in 2024, I'm going to do a comparative analysis of all employers that submitted, which were 269, 6 million employees. And out of the 7.6 million employees, 2.1% of those are foreign nationals. But if you zoom into the accommodation sector, out of the 29,269 reports that were received in 2024, 1,299 comes from the accommodation or the hospitality sector, covering 580,000 employees. And overall, if you look at the footprints of foreign nationals in the hospitality sector, then when you look at the total designated employers workforce in the labor market, meaning there are many foreign nationals that are employed in the hospitality sector. We can move on to the next slide. In the next slide, I'm going to dissect this data that we have, quality data that has been approved by the chief executive officers of employers that are in the accommodation sector and also in the whole labor market, inclusive of private sector and top management. This is a decision-making positions here. These are strategic leaders that influence the economy the economic management, you'll see that we have 2.8% of foreign nationals. But in the hospitality or accommodation sector, we have 2.6%. All in all, at top management, we almost have 3% footprint in the labor market of foreign nationals. Maybe it's because they have a scarce skill that we don't have in the country, or maybe it's because of the multinationals that their own executives to work in the country and look after their economic interest. But however, it's concerning that we have employed at top management. In the next level of senior management, which is also a strategic level in terms of the decision-making powers, you'll see that the foreign nationals in the accommodation sector are above 4%. And in the whole labor market, you look at 3.1%. So there are management that are working in the hospitality sector. Let's go to the middle management, which is professionally qualified level. Again, you see that in the hospitality sector, focusing on the foreign nationals, you'll see that in the whole labor market, we have 2.3% footprint of foreign nationals. However, our accommodations 0.6%. So all these three upper levels are around 3% and 4% footprint in relation to the employment of foreign nationals. Let's go to junior management level, which is skill technical. It's actually also becoming very worrisome the lower we go. Skill technical level is junior management level of the workforce. Accommodation is sitting almost at 5% in relation to employment of people with from foreign nationals, 4.8% compared to 1.4% in the whole labor market. So many of them are coming in at the skill technical, which is junior management level. And you wonder what skills in terms of the hospitality sector, which we don't have in the country, sitting at 5%. And the last two bottom levels are semi-skilled. Matapelo, if we can move to semi-skilled. At semi-skilled level, these are the entry-level jobs. We find supervisors, find the floor managers are starting at this level in the hospitality sector. And the foreign nationals in the hospital compared to the 1.8% in the whole. We need to get more internships and more learnerships coming in from the ships coming employed. However, even to the foreign nationals. In the last level, which is unskilled level, one asks a lot of questions. If we are unable at unskilled level, where any qualification, at times at unskilled level, we have people that don't even have matric coming in at this level as messengers. Some of them are coming in as cleaners, but in the hospitality, 2.8% are foreign nationals. And also in the whole labor market, we are sitting at 3.1%. We should ask ourselves a lot of get an opportunity to enter the labor market when opportunities seems to be going to the foreign nationals. Chairperson, that was the last level of how our work to the footprint of the foreign nationals in the labor market. And we hope that going forward, this picture will actually change when we start enforcing the law and to do business with government. Because starting from this year, if you don't have a certificate of compliance issued to get any state contract and do business with government. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity to
Thank you very much, Ms.
opportunity to address you this morning. Thank you, Ntate Morotova.
Thank you very much, Member Mashel. Now, I'm going to just give you the context, honorable members, on the policies that we have developed and the bill and what we took into consideration. We borrowed this slide from the Department of Home Affairs just to give you the context and some of the contributing factors which is resulting in the large number of people that we have in the country. There are three pieces of legislation: the Immigration Act, the Citizenship Act, and the Refugees Act. Now, the first block gives you a sense on the types of visas that are provided for under the Immigration Act. You also get a sense of people who come in once they are in the country and claim asylum status, or they apply to become refugees. The international protocols require that because we don't have camps, we accommodate them, and there are large numbers of such people in our country, and they are allowed to work, unfortunately, once they have these papers. And some of them also find their way in the tourism sector, and some also opening largely small and small businesses and spaza shops. You also find a category of permanent residents that comes through the Citizenship Act. People who come in as through critical skills, the spouses of some people who would be working in various industries, etc. Now, the issue has been the extent to which we are able to control and manage all these visas. We have had recently, and I'm sure you are familiar in the tourism sector, the trusted employer, a new visa regime that came after Vulindlela, and also the trusted tourism sector, which will automatically give those employers who are deemed to be trusted an opportunity to bring in whoever they want without necessarily having to apply or follow certain procedures or immigration laws. Now, the DM talked about our responsibility in relation to this. I want, if you can move to the next slide, Matapel, around what the Employment Services Act and Immigration Act requires the department to do. Previously, the general work visas where individuals would normally come in, we used to make recommendations. However, the regulations have since been amended. This role is no longer in the department. People go directly either to our missions abroad, and Home Affairs makes a determination, or local employers would normally approach Home Affairs. And that is where the large number of people that we find in the country are now getting individual work visas without or due regard to what is happening in the labor market. If you can move on to the next slide. On the corporate visas, we do process those after having looked at the various documents and looking at the search that the employer did to try and see if they can't find local people. But we do have a network of private employment agencies, and the department has got an ESA system, the Youth Mobi, where we go to those databases and provide employers who would claim that they don't have such people locally for them to do a selection out of the various databases that we have. And also they have to provide proof, especially on the skills. However, in most cases, at lower level, the skills that are required are not necessarily in the list of scarce and critical skills. Next slide, just a context in terms of the number of migrants in the country. We have 2.9 million that are confirmed through Stats SA and are documented. And when they do survey, Stats SA can confirm that we have around 2.9 million. However, all of us, including Home Affairs, Stats SA, Employment and Labor, we don't know the extent of undocumented migrants in our country because there is no system that measures them. If you go to IOM, which is an international organization on migration, UNDP, the various political parties, etc., they will give you figures that range in millions, but all that information cannot be verified except to say there are large numbers. But if you go to UNDC, SA Human Rights, you'll find different estimates ranging between 3 and 12 million, depending on whatever tools they use. As for South Africans working abroad and living abroad, we do have figures that are around 900,000. And if you compare to other countries in Africa, South Africa has become the host or the home of the highest number of migrants in South Africa compared to any other country. And in Africa, the tendency is to try and make sure that their citizens go and work elsewhere and revenue and repatriate it back home, as opposed to allowing a lot of foreign nationals, except in scarce and critical skills, to come in. And that has been the tendency. If you look at the legislation that we have across the continent, we did a thorough study to assess various legislation and to look at the trends. Even in European countries, the tendency is to export rather than to import. The only exceptions are in new countries like Saudi Arabia and so on, where because of economic growth reasons, they've now opened up to attract more foreign nationals, including those countries that are beginning to have negative population growth because of aging population and low birth rate, that they are now on a campaign to attract a lot of foreign nationals. In other areas such as Germany, UK, you do have a lot of South Africans, but they are attracting our citizens in those areas where their population are not keen to work in, especially in the frail care, in the teaching and other social services, including medicine. That's why you find a lot of South Africans, including other countries, Kenyans and so on, are now employed in those countries. Now, I talked about Vulindlela, and the intention was to make sure that we move in line with other countries to bring, next slide, Matapen, bring in the kind of skills that we need. Yes, we listened to the recommendations. We have accommodated those in the policy, and that's where the trusted employer scheme came in and the point-based system that is currently in use. But we also wanted to point out a case that the Department of Employment and Labor was recently involved in with a citrus company, where they intentionally wanted to bring in foreign nationals, and despite being supplied with databases of people, they literally refused. And that case went to court, and the ruling was that the department was justified in doing what we did, but also the court reflected on the question of the waiver, which is issued by the Department of Home Affairs, and that going into the future, there must be consultation because these waivers do impact on the labor market. You've seen the ZEPs, Lesotho Special Dispensation. All those things do have unintended consequences on the labor market, especially given the current high levels of unemployment. If you can move on to the next slide. In developing the policy, we looked at Chapter 2 of the Constitution, Section 36 and Section 22, the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN Convention, the Global Compact, the ILO Conventions, the AU and SADC protocols, and South African laws. And all of them are in sync because the policy and the bill will not have passed the test unless it embraced the spirit covered or captured in all these conventions. And that is why the state law advisors had to look at various instruments before they could allow us. The DM already, next slide, indicated what the policy does. It deals with the governance and management, the data, the labor migration to South Africa and labor migration from South Africa to other countries through bilateral agreements. And the strategic thrust is to ensure that it puts the department, next slide, in a strategic intervention in terms of managing migration, responding to citizens' concerns, complementing the small business, home affairs, aligning with Home Affairs interventions around the three pieces of legislation and the white paper, and that we also protect migrants because they also have rights irrespective of how they came into the country, because our constitution embraces human rights. And as part of our integration within the SADC and making sure that we promote the involvement of South Africans in the other economies. Next slide. We believe that once this bill, the policy is now on the website, it's government policy, it has been adopted by Cabinet. The bill is currently en route to Parliament. It has got a whole range of provisions that are going to replace the current Section 8 and 9 of the Employment Services Act. It has provisions around introduction of quotas, especially in sectors that we believe should be reserved for South Africans. It has got provisions around enforcement to empower our inspectors to retrospectively enforce and claim on behalf of migrants, irrespective of their status before deportation, things like national minimum wage if they were underpaid and so on, so that we begin to deal with those that chose a shortcut to employ foreign nationals with the intention of subjecting them to inferior standards. I'll now hand over to Ms. Muilwa to give you a sense of the inspections that they've conducted. Ms. Muilwa, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and Honorable Chair of the Labour Employment and Labour Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Ministers on the platform, and honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity. Chair, I'm going to present just 2 slides, but probably as a precursor of what I'm going to be talking about, I just want to point up front that, and picking up from where Mr. Mrotoba left off, that the spirit of our employment laws are such that when we enforce or when we regulate the labor market, we do not Sorry, I got muted. Apologies. I was still saying that when we regulate the labor market through all the pieces of legislations that we have, we do not distinguish between foreign nationals, whether documented or undocumented, and the locals. So we subject workers and workplaces to the same standards of our laws. So you will notice that the stats that I'm giving you is the work that we've done in Q2. And it is the work that we've done in the hospitality sector. And I also just want to make a statement that there are anecdotal and observations that we have made particularly when we come together for high impact blitz inspections and will target a particular sector, either a high risk or problematic sector. We have found that, and through observation, although we have not actively collected statistics in terms of the employment of illegal foreign nationals, we have seen that in instances where there is a high number of foreign nationals employed, the compliance levels do tend to be lower. If you look at a slide number 21, the slide that is being shown now, it is showing that in the last 6 months of the current financial year, we've done about 6,702 inspections in the hospitality sector. We have also given you a breakdown in terms of how the provinces have contributed to that total. I'm not going to go through those numbers. The second column shows the number of non-compliant workplaces per province and in total, and the number that was served with notices in instances where we pick up non-compliance. We then follow up with serving notices for various pieces of legislations that have been flouted. And I'm just going to go to the last column that talks to the percentage of non-compliance. As you can see right at the bottom, the total percentage of non-compliance in this sector is at 31.3%, which is quite low. It varies from one province to the other. And I also need to hasten to state that the laws that we've administered here will be the National Minimum Wage, the Unemployment Insurance Act, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, as well as the Compensation of Injuries and Diseases Act. We do not venture into the space of basic conditions of employment in this sector because we have a bargaining council that has got jurisdiction in as far as the standards of employment are concerned. So, like I said, there's a positive correlation between vulnerability and compliance levels. So the more vulnerable the sector is, the lower the compliance levels. And you can see that this is a case in point. So it is also supporting the notion that this sector does seem to have a large deposit of foreign nationals that are employed in there, and the likelihood is that most of them are not documented. If you go to the next slide. Now, this slide, which is going to be my last slide, really, it's just showing what we've done in instances where we've picked up non-compliance. Like I indicated, we issue out notices. Our notices have got a lifespan of between 14 days to 60 days. So, for instance, in the space of national minimum wage, it will be, will give employers that are flouting that law a period of 14 days maximum to comply. Your UI and the COID, we give about 30 days. And then when it comes to Occupational Health and Safety Act, we give 60 days to comply. So in instances where those days that have been given had expired and you still find that there's non-compliance, we then trigger the next leg, which is referral for prosecution. We work with law enforcement agencies. Number one, we work with the CCMA in the space of basic conditions of employment, national minimum wage, as well as unemployment insurance. So we'll refer those expired notices, rather the employers that had failed to comply after the expiry of notices in those laws to the CCMA. We also work with the Labour Court in the space of employment equity. So in instances where the notices have expired and there's still non-compliance as far as employment equity is concerned, we'll then refer for prosecution through the Labour Court. And lastly, we'll refer to the National Prosecution Authority with regards to the Occupational Health and Safety Act. That act is prosecuted criminally. And therefore, where there has been the time has expired and there's still non-compliance, we therefore refer to the NPA. So the breakdown that you are seeing there is the degree to which various provinces were able to refer cases after the expiry of notices for prosecution, which is the next level of enforcement. In total, we're able to refer 50%, just over 50% of such cases. And you can see provinces such as the Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga were able to refer 100% of their cases, followed by Free State and Gauteng and so on and so forth. And clearly, one has got to talk about the Western Cape, given it is the lowest number of referral in terms of reference to for prosecution. And Chairperson and honorable members, the reason for this low number in the Western Cape is that at that time, they had a vacancy in statutory services. Now, when it comes to the work of statutory services, which is the people that are preoccupied with doing referral for prosecution, we've got about 2 such officers per province maximum. There are provinces that have 1, but we've got 2 maximum. So you can imagine if both posts are vacant, it goes without saying that the province is going to suffer in terms of referral for prosecution. But the Western Cape has since turned the corner because they've filled those vacancies. So I thought I should just also explain that part. And Chair, thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Back to you, Honorable DMSB.
DMCB. I think DM is experiencing technical difficulties. But let me just say thank you to the team.
No, sorry, Chair. Thank you. Yes, I'm here. My apologies. I thought I've unmuted. No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the team has presented and painted the picture that we wanted to give the 2 portfolio committees. So on our side, we believe what we have presented will help and make the portfolio committees to understand the work that is being done, but also the current situation that we are faced with, but also what might need to be done moving forward. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and thanks to the team for the presentations.
Thank you, DM, and the team from the Department of Employment and Labor. We'll now move to our next item on the agenda, which is we will be receiving a briefing from the Federated Hospitality Association of South Africa. May I have an indication from the team that is on the platform who will be their presenter?
Chair, Mr. Brett Tungay is here representing FEDASA, I suspect. I've made him a co-host. I suspect he's the one reading the presentation.
Mr. Brett, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for this opportunity from FedHasa to be able to present today. I did send to the Secretariat a PowerPoint presentation. Was that received?
Yes, it was received, sir.
Would we be able to put it on
I've given you rights to share the presentation.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Sorry. It's I'm using my phone for the Zoom and the presentations on my desktop, so I won't be able to copy it across.
Disang, is it possible to just flight the presentation?
Yes, Chair. Let me just get the presentation. Can you see the presentation, Chair?
Yes, I see the presentation, Disang. Thank you so much. Mr. Brett, over to you. The presentation is visible to us. You may proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, let's just go on. So just for those that don't know, who is FedHasa? We're the representative body for the hospitality industry. That's page 2 there. So we represent hotels, coffee shops, restaurants, B&Bs, resorts, caravan parks, and the like. What is our objective as an association? It's to foster a thriving environment for the hospitality industry, create jobs, and contribute to the economy. FedHasa's commitment to the industry. All our board members are totally voluntary, comprising senior hospitality professionals. And we all got a passion for employment and growth of our businesses in South Africa. We see that hospitality is a huge opportunity for employment, but also for employment in terms of career growth. Hospitality is one of the very few industries. If you actually look at the entirety of hospitality, probably about 70-odd%, maybe 65-70% of people employed in tourism do not actually have a qualification in tourism, which is extremely interesting. And if you look at the career paths of most people in hospitality and tourism, most would have started at a lower position and worked their way up. You'll find many a general manager at a hotel or resort that has no formal qualification in tourism and would have started maybe as a receptionist or housekeeping or as a waiter and have worked their way through. So, and that is the amazing thing about our industry is that we do have the empowerment sector or potential for all employees, regardless of their skill level, is amazing. That's why we've set up the FedHasa National Awards, where we recognize excellence in the hospitality industry, and we're busy now getting entrants in for our, the next awards, which we'll hopefully do early in the next year. So what are we looking at? We're looking at job creation, industry sustainability, and business success. To this regard, also in terms of with Department of Labour, we have been engaged with the Department of Labour. We've already hosted 2 compliance workshops, one in Gauteng, one in the Western Cape with the Department of Labour, and we have a third one planned now in Durban and KZN coming up in the next few months. The other one which we quite what we say is working towards is to try and set up an online portal for all business labor-related compliance matters. As you're mostly aware, a large portion of the hospitality industry is small business, and compliance is a huge issue. Legislation in South Africa, as you would all know, has unfortunately run away. Our statute books are just way too thick. And for your average person starting or running a business, try and remain compliant in all aspects. And I'm not just talking labor. It's from the tourism legislation, the labor, the OSH Act, the local municipal bylaws, the POPI Act, consumer protection. We can go on. In fact, Federhouse did a summary, and just in terms of headlines, we got onto 4 pages of legislation. And one of the big ones, of course, is labor. And that's why we want to set up between the Department of Labor and ourselves an online portal where hospitality businesses can go in and find all of the resources to become compliant. So if you're a new guy, you've started a little coffee shop, where do you even start with finding how many foreigners are you allowed to employ? What do you need in terms of your safety file? What do you need in terms of your gas compliance? And all anyway, we need an online portal that everybody can go onto, grab the resources off, checklists. Okay, we've done our checklist. Okay, where do we submit this to? And anyway, so that's extremely important. That's why FedHouse is ongoing interventions. So we've got policy, influence, and advocacy, of course. We've been very busy with the Department of Home Affairs with the digital visa systems, which is now getting launched, and lobbying where intervention is required. Okay, so why are we here today? Okay, so acknowledgement by the industry that there are compliance challenges, and those challenges extend into the employment of foreign nationals. We know that. So the goals, we need to find solutions, and we need to foster collaboration in ways with the Department of Labor and Tourism to come up with solutions to this. Of course, the power of collaboration. If we don't work together, we are never going to, at the moment, there's not at the moment, but historically, there's always been a very much a confrontational relationship between business and government. And if we are going to transform this country, reduce the unemployment levels that we have, we cannot carry on this. We need to work hand in glove between business and government to have working solutions to all of these issues if we are going to grow our economy. And the one thing is that the hospitality sector provides is an amazing platform for growth. We can talk about a lot of different industries, and we can go to the car sector or chemicals. And to start a new business or a factory, we're talking hundreds of millions or billions of rands to get established. Where with the hospitality sector, you can start a tourism business by doing basket weaving and sitting and selling your baskets on the side of the street. That's a tourism business. It requires hardly any financial or capital to enter into that market. Very few industries can boast that. So we need to work together between business and government to try and foster that we can get that going. Okay, so where are we at the moment? So large hospitality companies have resources for compliance. So if we're talking your big group hotels, your franchise restaurants, they've got entire departments to be able to monitor and keep compliance running. Small businesses struggle with not only financial constraints, but actual physical constraints. If you look at most businesses, if you like my own personal business, I'm HR, I'm financial, I'm everything. So there's there's big constraints in terms of where we as business, especially on the smaller end, can remain compliant. Of course, many businesses, especially in our sector, because our sector was extremely badly affected by COVID, are still trying to recover and pay back loans that were taken out over COVID. So that's why we see in our sector, unfortunately, large amounts of liquidations and closures in the industry. So as we say here, when struggling to survive, compliance becomes a secondary. So that's why we need to make compliance easy to help struggling small companies and businesses remain compliant. And as you know, so OSH labor compliance costs are a major burden to small businesses. If you have to look, these days, unfortunately, legislation has got to a level where to be able to remain compliant. Like my own business, I've now got a consultant on labor. That's cost me every month. I've got a OSHAC compliance company that helps. I've got a poppy company that helps with my poppy. And I've got another one that helps with the Consumer Protection Act. Now, I can afford those. But now, if you're a small little coffee shop with, let's say, 3 or 4 staff and an owner, they can't afford that. So we need to look at how we as government and business can intervene in those kind of situations. So yes, we're acknowledging that there are challenges, but we all need to work towards solutions to this. So from our side, okay, so now if we look at the actual crunch and the numbers that have been given today, so our industry, about 3.3%, okay, that'll be formal. So you have to understand a large sector of the hospitality industry is small business, also informal. So we are talking every Shisa and Nyama in rural, township or urban areas. We don't have numbers of them. So how do we actually confirm a real number that we're actually working with in terms of foreign nationals? I would probably say that 3.3 is a little bit low. I'm not going to deny that. We're probably towards more about maybe 4.5% of our workforce if you take the undocumented numbers. Where can we go as an industry? Yes, I'm 100% behind that, and I think everybody in this industry is that we need to increase the number of South African citizens employed. But is not the better solution to make a more holistic, growth-friendly economy that we can grow employment in the hospitality sector? The hospitality sector, if you look at it right now, we are still only about 93% recovered as a country from our pre-COVID numbers in terms of where we are. And unfortunately, what has happened post-COVID for the tourism industry is that South Africa has now become a two-polar industry. So we've got the Western Cape and Kruger National Park are absolutely killing it with numbers. They are doing extremely well. Numbers are great, and you see even discussions of over-tourism. That's 2 nodes, but what about the rest of the country? All the statistics, unfortunately, for the rest of the country are negative. Hospitality is struggling. We need to see what we can do to loosen up the strings of bureaucracy to be able to get those numbers flowing. And one of those things, I must thank the Minister of Home Affairs, is for this new digital visa that's now coming along. That'll definitely open up, especially the Asian market for South Africa, which is extremely important. But that's just one small initiative that's been put in place. We need to look at the broader environment. We should, if you look at our competitive set, let's even take Kenya or Tanzania. Both those countries are, I think, 15 to 20% above their pre-COVID tourism levels. What are we doing as a country that is wrong? We literally, I mean, we are doing something wrong, and we need to change this, the game plan and the narrative, that we end up within a short time also being 20, 30% up on pre-COVID numbers. If we can get there, those little numbers that are employed in terms of foreign nationals very quickly dissipate. They'll go from, let's say, 4 or 4.5% down to 1% very quickly, because of the number of people that would be required to absorb the growth in the industry. And if you look at the capital to employment conversion rate, there isn't an industry that has as high number as tourism. The one thing with tourism is that very few jobs in tourism can be taken out by automation. You know, a computer program can't, or AI can't make a bed. It can't make a pizza. It can't clean the dishes. It can't iron the laundry. So one thing with our industry is that everybody's always talking about this fourth industrial revolution and all the rest. Tourism, to a large extent, is immune to those issues, and especially when it comes to employment numbers. And we need you guys as government to recognize that and embrace it, and look for solutions with us to go forward. The other issue we have is the broader educational issues for the tourism industry. So now we're talking about the supply side for employees. Tourism is a unique animal in terms of employment. One of our biggest things isn't skill. Anybody can be taught to flip a hamburger patty or make a bed. What we don't, and I try to emphasize this when I was a board member on CATHSETA, and I don't know if I made an impact, but tourism is very much a soft skill. A large portion of the people that we need to employ in our industry is about personality and attitude. People have to have the right attitude and the right personality, because we are people service-driven industry. If you have somebody coming up to you, if you're at a Mug and Bean and you're ordering a coffee and somebody slouches up to you and throws a menu in front of you and says, "What do you want?" You're not going to be happy as a clientele or customer. But the problem at the moment with our education system, in terms of what they're producing that somebody, okay, you go and give a menu, and then you're going to give this, but they don't emphasize the soft skill side of our industry, and it's a huge shortfall. And it's something that the education system needs to start looking at in terms of making future employees for the hospitality industry. And then, of course, we have to also deal with the issue between informal, small, and formal, large business, and as I put into my presentation. And I think it's time that government adopts the carrot and puts away the stick when it comes to the labor issue. If government inspectors, let's say a labor inspector comes to a business, funds a non-compliance, sits down with that business owner to work out a plan to become compliant and gives them opportunity to become compliant in a few steps, compared to walking in at the moment, issuing a compliance notice, handing out the big stick, because if you don't comply within 14 days, we're going to prosecute you. Which one is going to get the better results? And I know from dealing with people over the years, 9 out of 10 times, the carrot is going to be better than the stick. And I'm imploring you guys that we need to look at, and that's where it comes in when I was talking about earlier, is with the whole collaboration. We need to collaborate between business and government to put away the stick, haul out the carrots, and to make it work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Brett, for the presentation. Let me just see, Disang, how are we doing on time?
No, we are still on time, Chair.
Okay, sure, thank you. We'll now have a briefing by the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. I have an indication who is here on behalf of the Tourism Business Council.
The CEO, Mr. Chifiwa, should be here, Chair.
Okay, Shwari-sang. Can you pronounce the surname again for me? Disang?
Chifiwa, Chair.
Chifiwa.
Chivengwa. Chifiwa Chivengwa.
Chivengwa. Chivengwa. Yeah, it's much easier to pronounce. Mr. Chivengwa, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's a pleasure to be here. I switch on my camera so that you can see me. As you said in the beginning, that we must switch on so that you can see that we're speaking to the right person. So my name is Chifiwa Chivengwa. I work at the Tourism Business Council of South Africa as the Chief Executive Officer. Before I get into the substance of what I'm going to be talking about, let me acknowledge the other portfolio, the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Labor and Employment. Let me also acknowledge the deputy ministers that are here and the Deputy Minister of Tourism. I saw that she is here. The colleagues from the Department of Tourism and the colleagues from South African Tourism, as well as I heard that the DG is also here from the Department of Tourism and other officials from other departments that are here. I'm going to reflect on a few things and also contextualize some of the things that have been discussed on, especially what Brett has presented. The Tourism Business Council of South Africa is an umbrella body. And underneath the Tourism Business Council, there are various associations that then forms part of the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. In addition to associations, we also have corporate members, mostly those that are large business, medium size, and some small businesses that are direct members of the TBCSA. Those that are not direct members, they also come through the associations that are members of the TBCSA so that we can have a full representativity of the industry. Now, some of the associations that we have, the likes of FedHasa, which represent the accommodation of the hospitality side, and there are many others, including those that represent the inbound travel, those that deals with corporate travel, and also domestic travel. There are those that deals with many other aspects of the value chain, including car rentals, including small accommodation, and the list goes on and on. So we are a representative body of all associations that are within the tourism space. We don't claim to represent everybody, but we do know that between 85 to 90% of the value chain of the tourism industry, we do represent it. So that's very important to note that when we speak in the main on behalf of the members that have given us a mandate, but we do also acknowledge that there are those that may not have given us a mandate but would agree with our position on certain things, whether they are formal businesses or informal businesses. Let me first acknowledge the observation, Chair. When you opened the meeting, you spoke about the observation over a number of years that has to do with the employment of foreign nationals. And this observation for the past few years, having had an opportunity to work at FedHasa as a CEO in the past, I had an opportunity to meet with the Minister of Home Affairs then, I think it was Minister Gigaba, and we discussed this issue. This was before the pandemic, sometime in 2017, if not 2016, sometime back then. And we had a robust discussion on the issue of the foreign nationals that are working in the industry, and also the categories of foreign nationals that are working within our industries. So I do acknowledge that observation has been there. We have, also observed it from our side. And also, as I've said, we've held various meetings, and it is something that we need to handle. We need to deal with it decisively so, and we need to make sure that, as Brett have said, we work hand in hand in making sure that we deal with the matter. I also want to acknowledge the presentation that was done by the Department of Labor. In the main, the presentation dealt with the issue of compliance, of which, the compliance, touches many categories, whether it's UIF, whether it's a basic condition of employment, whether it's COIDA, and many other legislations that any business that's operating in our space has to comply with. And I should add that in addition to the labor, there's also the bylaws, as Brett have said from FedHasa, that the businesses have to comply, with. These are the bylaws from the municipalities. There's also issues of health and safety, and there are many others that any business has to comply with. And these are there to ensure that we protect the consumers that are there to enjoy the establishments that we have. So I will also acknowledge the fact that there has been the non-compliance. And I must say that the work that the Department of Labor and the department and the FedHasa have been doing in terms of putting together the compliance workshops, those things are quite critical due to the fact that there are many businesses in the hospitality space that are informal. And there are some that are semi-formal, and there are those that are formal. In the formal business space, you would find that, largely there's a higher levels of compliance. And I'm sure that, some of the inspectors that have gone around the country, they probably could attest to that there's a higher levels, of compliance. And then there are those that are semi-formal, that they may have open a business, but they may not be compliant on various things. Including the basic conditions of employment and so forth and so on. And there are those that are very much informal, and there are a lot of them. I always say to a lot of people that even when you go to a taxi rank and you go and eat, that is, a hospitality business. When you go on the side of the road, where a lot of people who may not be formally employed, make their income, those are hospitality businesses. You go to the townships, there are many businesses that are, hospitality, businesses, ranging from taverns to those that are baking and selling, and the list goes on and on and on, from food business to other things, whether it's renting out tents, chairs and so forth and so on. Those are still, businesses, yet they may not be formal, and yet they may not be compliant to some of the legislations, from municipality bylaws, to legislations of employment and others. So I would like to acknowledge that this industry is quite large, and it touches many aspects of our lives, and lots of entrepreneurs in this business, and there is a need, of course, to work hand in hand to make sure that there is a higher levels of compliance. I also want to acknowledge, the presentation that was done by, Home Affairs, as it dealt with the issues of immigration. And when we look at issues of immigration, we then start to look at, the influx of migrants coming into the country, and the fact that there are many that don't return home, and there are many that seek, economic opportunities in our country, because of the position or the economic standing of our country. I think it's quite important to acknowledge that, so that we can have it in our minds that the situation that we have at hand and that we are discussing today, it also has an aspect, or by and large, the large aspect is an issue of immigration. And I had a look at what we have at the moment. We have the ZEP, which is the Zimbabwean exemption permits. If I'm not mistaken, and Home Affairs can give us accurate numbers, we probably have around 170,000 permit holders to 180,000, somewhere in between. And these are exempted, again, I think until 2027, if I'm not mistaken. And I think the exemption was given not long ago for those permits. I think we also have the Lesotho exemption permits. If I'm not mistaken, it's between 50 to 60,000 of those permits that we have. And of course, we've got asylum seekers, of which, the numbers, have been presented. And if they are allowed to work, that's still there. And I think in the main issue that we're dealing with is, how do we make sure that in whatever practice, as far as employment is concerned, how do we make sure that we prioritize South Africans, and how do we make sure that our young people are absorbed within our sector? And that mission, it's our mission as the Tourism Business Council, and it's the mission of all of us in the tourism sector. I think also what's important is that, yes, there will always be a number of foreign nationals that will always work in our industry. And as has been said by the Portfolio Committee Chair, I think it's Honorable Maneli, who said that there are South Africans that do work outside of South Africa, in the hospitality sector. We do send our people out, and some of the companies will send one of their two people into South Africa as well. There's an exchange of people in and out of the country. If you go to East Africa, you'll get lots of South Africans that are working there. If you go to Dubai, there are lots of South Africans that are working there, and there's been a presentation about many South Africans, working either in the US or in Europe, in China, in many other places. So there is a healthy exchange of our people going to learn and the people from other countries coming to South Africa, to learn. And also another thing that's quite important is that we do have a lot of people that may not be citizens of South Africa, but they are residents of South Africa. Those that hold permanent residency, that work within our space. And we do have others that work because of, few critical skills, whether it's a language issue, whether they are French-speaking tour guides or German-speaking tour guides, and many others, because we may not have enough in our country. And the Department of Tourism has been doing a lot of work to address those issues. So I just thought I should touch on that as part of that. And coming to what Brett have presented, and I will conclude shortly. I think it's quite important that we acknowledge that, we all sit with this challenge, especially in a lot of independently owned businesses and smaller businesses. whereby the employment of foreign nationals may be higher. I must say that in large businesses, as Brett have said, in the main, there may be people who are foreigners, but they are, coming in because the companies are doing an exchange. And therefore, if they're doing an exchange, that means that there may be South Africans that are sent overseas. The compliance rate in big businesses, it's usually very high. And the employment of South Africans in those businesses, sometimes in some of these companies, is 99%. South Africans working on at these big businesses. In other, as I've said, smaller businesses, especially those that are informal or semi-formal, we may have a challenge there that we need to address, and we're going to have to look at, which, region we need to focus on, and how do we work with local municipalities to make sure that the compliance of all legislation, is put on the table and everybody is able to understand what they need to do to be able to operate legally, and also to be able to employ South Africans. So I think that's quite important. Brett have spoken about the tourism sector in general in terms of recovery. It's true that we have not fully recovered to the pre-pandemic figures. However, we are moving fast in terms of our recovery rate. This year, it's better than last year. We're hoping that we're going to surpass the numbers of arrivals from last year. But let's keep in mind that when we talk about arrivals, the majority of people who visit South Africa, when we talk about the international arrivals, are coming from SADC countries. And in the main, very few of those are coming here for either business or leisure travel. Many of them come into the country, for economic reasons, outside of the normal tourism reasons, where it's either you come for leisure travel or business, or you come for conference, or you come for shopping, medical tourism, and so forth and so on. Majority of those are coming here for economic reasons that are well known to all of us, that we have seen over the past few years. So the overseas arrivals, when you look at it, we still have a challenge there. Domestic travel, has been also struggling a bit, although the number of trips have increased, as reported in the previous year. We do hope that this year it will increase, but we need to keep in mind that our economy is growing at a rate of about 1%, if not less than that, and meaning that with fewer people working, we also have our market is smaller, because travel and hospitality in the main, it's a discretionary spend for some of the people. So it's important that we keep doing the work that we do, and we work very closely with South African Tourism, the department, and the minister to make sure that everyone does what they're supposed to do, and we're able to get tourism numbers up. Now, how do we work together? I think the issues that we've put out are a challenge that we all have to confront. Whether it's from the Tourism Grading Council, in terms of all the graded establishment being compliant to all these legislations, whether it's UIF or basic conditions of employment. I think that if we put our heads together, we should be able to come up with something that can assist us, to comply. But in the main, as a Tourism Business Council, we are acknowledging that the observations that have been made, are there, and we have observed them, and we, are willing and able to work with all the players that are involved in making sure that, we either run more compliance workshops, we work with local municipalities, work with local tourism organizations within the municipalities, whether they're on a district level or local level. We work with the provinces if we need to go to the provincial level. We've got to do everything that we can to make sure that all the basic of conditions, the basic employment conditions are met. We've got to make sure that issues around health and safety, are met. We've got to make sure that the issues of employing South Africans is prioritized, regardless of the fact that, there may be other people that are coming from other countries that are allowed to work in the country. But how do we then work together to prioritize that? And if there are skills gaps that we need to work together, whether it's with the CATSITA and many others that we may need to work with to ensure that everyone is on board from the skills point of view, especially the soft skills. We are willing and open to work with everyone to make sure that we get everyone to that level. I think the challenge of unemployment in South Africa, especially when it comes to young people, is a challenge that cannot be ignored. And it's a challenge that requires that all of us confront it head on. It requires all of us, to hold hands and to ensure that the unemployment is not something that we talk about into the future. It will be better to talk about the fact that more and more young people are getting into employment. It will be better to talk about more and more young people, earning a decent income. And also it will be better to talk about, young people contributing positively to the economy and also being the future customers, of tourism and hospitality. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chivenga, for your presentation. I would like now to hand over to my counterpart, Chairperson Maneli, will oversee the deliberations. Chairperson Maneli, over to you.
No, thank you, Honorable Narumango, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee Tourism. Let me, without waste of time, as I thank all the presenters for taking us through the presentations. And I take it that, honorable members, you have been taking your notes so that you are able to ask questions, make comments in a way of reflecting on the presentations that have been made, with a particular focus, of course, on the employment of foreign nationals in the country and looking at ways to ensure that South Africans at the end are able to be employed as part of our job creation. You would use the gadgets to raise the hand, but in a situation where you are experiencing problems with the gadget, you'll just open up the mic, indicate that your hand is up, and mute immediately after that, so that I'm able to recognize the hands properly. The committee support will also help in this regard to identify hands in case I'm unable to see them. As I see Honorable Maecho's hand is up. Honorable Basson's hand is up. I see Honorable Livu. I hope I'm pronouncing it well from where I'm seeing it. Livu. Then Honorable Mukwili. Let me take those hands for now. I'll identify further hands if there are hands as we get forward. Can I, in the meantime? It's like I'm saying, I'll take the other hands, but let's just at least get going to manage the time. Honorable Maecho, you'll be first. Let me just indicate, honorable members, that I usually remind members that in the 3 minutes you should be able to make the point. But of course, I also don't do that to limit your engagement, and therefore leave the responsibility to the member to think of other members that need to make the contribution. And if there are questions, let's also factor in the fact that those questions have to be responded to in the time allocated for the meeting. Honorable Maito, you can proceed in the meantime.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the chair also of the Tourism Portfolio Committee, Honorable Nomalango. Greetings to Minister Sel. Well, let me say protocol observed because of time limitations. Chair, I will strictly go to the presentation of employment and labor, and I want to make a further comment in terms of the presentation on the employment of foreign nationals in the accommodation and hospitality sector. And Chair, this is informed by what you have alluded in your opening when you mentioned that we are fresh from the oversight as the Employment and Labor Portfolio Committee in the Free State and focusing on the very same sector that the department was making a presentation on. And Chair, the Section 838 of the Immigration Act states that employers or it prohibits actually, it doesn't state, it prohibits employers from hiring foreign nationals without valid permits or visas. And Chair, what we are experiencing in the South African accommodation and hospitality sector, when you are listening to other presentation that are made, the two last presentation that were made after the department, you will agree with me that there is a lot that we need to do in terms of, let's say, sectoral engagement or conducting a sectoral analysis in as far as these particular issues are concerned. And I would want to make a further proposal that to the Department of Employment and Labor that they need to identify the specific job roles and skills in demand within the accommodation and hospitality industry so that they determine areas where South African citizens can be prioritized. Number two, the department should also develop a job placement program, of course, in line with the policy. And this job placement program will therefore create a program to connect South African job seekers with employment opportunities in the very same industry. And furthermore, while they are doing because we have a challenge also of inspectors, and that's what we have also identified during our oversight, that we have few inspectors in the department, and that then creates a challenge for the department to conduct or do monitoring and evaluation progress in as far as regular assesses of the effectiveness of these measures that I've mentioned. And so, therefore, that's why I'm saying the department must at least employ more inspectors so that they can do monitoring and evaluation in as far as these inspections are concerned while they are doing the same inspections. But Chair, the immediate issue that we are currently having here is that while the department is enforcing existing regulations where the employers should comply with the Immigration Act and Employment Services Act to prevent these exploitations and unfair labor practice on the very same foreign nationals who might be compliant, that have documentation and so forth. The issue is on the willingness from the other side of the sector, which are the industry itself, that you find that the industry itself take advantage of this status of the foreign nationals, particularly those who are undocumented, and they deliberately employ them. And I think that there must be name and shame. That's the last part that I need in terms of recommendation that I'm proposing, that the department perhaps they must publish the name and shaming of these individual companies that are employing these particular people without following due diligence and the law. Let me go straight to the questions, Chair, in terms of the Department of Labor, that how is the department is willing to address the issue of cheap labor provided to foreign nationals, which gives them competitive advantage against South African nationals. And the second question will be, noting that the race has been covered in the presentation, but what is the representation in terms of gender, age, and persons with disability as it relates to the total workforce as well as ownership patterns? You have the BEE Charter that requires the economic empowerment of all Black people, including women, workers, youth, people with disability, and people living in rural areas through, of course, diverse but integrated socio-economic strategies. And Chair, the last question on the Department of Labor is that what measures are being put in place to increase the number of Black people that manage, own, and control enterprises and productive assets opposed to being in lower paying position, yet more skilled and qualified, yet they are more skilled and qualified than their white counterparts, as indicated in the report that 28.2% of white employees are qualified against 50.4% of Black employees. But top management and senior positions are held by whites at 69.8% and only 44.2% respectively, which are both significantly higher compared to Africans. And the last point,
No,
which is a
thank
question,
you,
as I conclude.
Honorable Maitz.
Okay, Chair.
I'm trying to also manage the time. In case need to come back, we'll come back as I move to Honorable Basson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I request to keep my video muted as the signal is not very good here at Acacia
You are
Park.
permitted, you can proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I'm lucky enough to also be serving as a full-time member on both portfolios, Labour and Tourism and Employment. Labour and Employment and Tourism. And coming back from the oversight on both the portfolios as they were back on back. Yes, foreign employment is a critical problem, something that we do have to recognize. The law clearly states on Immigration Act 13 of 2002 that if it's a scarce skill, that foreigners do have the right to apply. But flipping a burger, making a bed, taking a reservation is not a scarce skill. It's not a skill that requires someone from another country. Yes, we have a lot of South Africans in foreign countries as well, working in hospitality, in hospitals, but they are legal. We are not speaking about legal foreign nationals in our tourism market and our labor market. The onus is on illegal foreign nationals. And tourist companies, labor companies, is employing these illegal immigrants as it's cheap labor. 90% of what we saw is these people don't get paid into bank accounts. They get paid in cash. In other words, not just are they stealing job opportunities from locals, they are also cheating on SARS. So they are not contributing to our economy. They are taking from us. They're not putting back into our society. So I really recommend that we toughen up the rules. And I do agree with my previous MP in exposing, because we need to show companies, if you do this, this is the consequences. By just fining them or locking them up, what is the reaction we are getting? tomorrow those people are back employed. Naming and shaming and making examples is going to have a waterfall effect, and that's exactly what we want. We need to prioritize South Africans. The tourism industry is a golden opportunity for previous disadvantaged people, the poor of the poor, our colored communities, our African communities, to have jobs. But from a tourism sector, we are also going to have to look at changing our tourism destinations into training institutions where we can give these people certificates. I agree. White people, majority, is sitting with the degrees, with the qualifications, because African people and colored people do not have the financial background to pay for university and studies. How are we going to change that? What are we as Parliament going to do to take the promises we make to those poor communities and implement them? We are sitting with so many beautiful destinations, and I thank Parliament for sending us on these oversights because our country is ready for change. But we need to enforce it as MPs. Change our destinations into training facilities. Before they get green energy grants or any form of grant, you need to qualify your staff, because if your staff leaves, they need to be able to apply somewhere else with a qualification. We really need to strengthen our rules about foreign nationals. They're taking more from us than what they're giving in both labour and employment and tourism portfolio. And yes, we do not have enough people to regulate this. We don't. Even the 4 visits we gave as labour and employment, there is not enough staff. We need to have a look at employing multiracial staff of all languages, of all races, so that we can get to all businesses and we can start rooting out the rot in our country and start building. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Person. I now recognize Honorable Mukweli.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to Deputy Ministers of Employment and Labour, and also to chairpersons of Tourism and Employment and Labour and colleagues. I greet you in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Chair, firstly, I would like to send my gratitude to the matriculants that are starting to write their exams today. I say good luck. May you be productive and make sure that you pass your exams with distinctions. And then I would like to acknowledge the presentation, especially from Employment and Labour, that gave us a stats of where we are as a country in terms of employment of foreign nationals in the sector that we are currently in conversation with now. I won't take much of your time, Chair, but simply to say numbers don't lie. As a country, we are standing at not less than 35% of unemployment. And it's true that in terms of the numbers that have been presented before us now, especially in the hospitality industry, it indicates that the industry is employing more South Africans than foreign nationals. It's a fact, numbers don't lie. I know most of our members won't agree with what I'm saying, to say there's no crisis in terms of employment of foreign nationals in the hospitality industry. The crisis is when the state is failing to regulate the influx of people that are not documented. And it's no crisis because the state is failing to regulate, and the state doesn't have a mechanism to manage who comes into the country and how to deal with them in such. There's no crisis. The numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie in terms of us blacks, especially black people who are staying in South Africa, who are still unskilled, and there's no a push or a commitment to say we are going to make sure that we skill South Africans, especially black people, who are now sitting at the percentage of not less than 50% at an unskilled level. And we see black people who are in majority not reaching the level of management. So that is the crisis that as South Africans we need to concentrate on, to say how do we transfer skills to especially black people of this country, and how do we transform to make sure that the whites that are in minority in the country are still sitting at the top management level, and the skill is not cascading down to our fellow black people. However, I have a question, Chair, a controversial question, to say I saw the percentages of foreign nationals. I think they are foreign nationals that are in management positions. They are sitting at, if I'm not mistaken, 3% or 4%. I would like to ask the department if they can if they can tell us how many are African descent and black in particular, and how many are Chinese in management positions, and how many are whites from Europe in those managerial positions that are classified as foreign nationals. I just want to see something. And also, Chair, I want to also emphasize the issue of capacitating the state. I'm gonna say this over and over and over for as long as we meet, and make sure that everybody that is responsible to participate and to take part in terms of capacitating the state, to make sure that the state take care of South Africans, and they take care of employment, and they expand to a level where they make sure that employment is created and is created in the country. And we have a legislation that is making sure that it protects the country. So I'm speaking in this because I can see that there are legislations that are put forth, but these legislations are not enforceable, number one. Number two, are not put in a yardstick to measure their successes, whether if we do this in terms of Immigrations Act, are this act going to make sure that we move? The last point, Chair, I can see you are
At least you do know. You can make that last point.
Yeah, I want to check. My next question, Chair, is that do we have a transformation process within this sector to make sure that we capacitate our employers, especially South Africans, and those that are deemed fit, not only South Africans, but those that are deemed fit to, do we have a system that we can capacitate them to be productive and to end at the end becoming employers that will make sure that they create jobs and sustain economy in our country? Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Levu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity to ask some few questions. And let me first say Good morning, everybody who is present. I would like to welcome the presentation by the Department of Labor. However, I have some few questions to ask. Let me go straight to the question. I just want to understand that is it the 7,210 or the 33.3% a true representation of foreign nationals in the accommodation sector? The presentation does not reflect what's on the ground. How does the department ensure enforcement of the 60% South African employment quota as required in the regulation? How are we addressing the issue of cheap labor provided by foreign nation, which gives them competitive advantage against South African nationals? In what ways can enforcing minimum wage laws reduce the exploitation of both the local and the foreign workers? To what extent in the BEE Charter on tourism and scorecard being internalized and applied effectively to ensure redress in the tourism sector? Chairperson, the Charter also implores that the use of preferential procurement as a form of indirect empowerment. To what extent do owners adhere to this? This one, it's on slide 10, where it talks about the unskilled population group. To me, it's a little bit confusing as it contradicts with the previous slides. And then, is the accommodation of 7,210 foreign nationals in the sector indicative of the fact that the requisite skill could not be sourced for placement in those vacancies? Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Shezi, you are recognized. Honorable Shezi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself and all protocols observed. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to go through the presentations that we have received. Chairperson, I would like to have just a few minutes of your time. 3 is enough to talk to the issue of the presentation by the Department of Employment and Labor. Chairperson, I would like to state as a first thing that the top management of 60% white that is shown on the slide is not something to be happy about, given the fact that when you go to slide 7, you find that they are speaking about skilled and professionally qualified population group, and Africans are the majority in that regard. And you remember, Chairperson, that we are coming from the villages where people are selling their cows, sending their kids to universities, and in the African populations across the length and breadth of South Africa, sending kids to universities is a norm and it's a culture. It has become our culture, and it is very troublesome when African graduates find themselves in the workspace not being recognized for their qualifications that they have accumulated in the harshest conditions. I would also like to speak to the issue of the fact that the problem, as depicted by the overall presentation, I think is not as, in fact, it is worse than what is presented. I find it hard to accept the statistics that are presented and the presentation that is presented today, because in my experience, it lacks the reality. It is divorced from the reality on the ground. Chairperson, we have just concluded our oversight visit in the Free State. And just one, if you take one workplace and you check compliances, you find that there are a number of issues where compliance is not adhered to. And that will tell you in statistically, in terms of percentage, it's 1/1, which is 100%. And then you look at these statistics, you tend to doubt them. In fact, our people have been given to the capitalist or work environment where systematically the Department of Employment and Labor has failed our people in those instances. They have failed over the many years to check compliances. They have failed to enforce the current existing laws to an extent that we are now sitting with a very troublesome, a big problem that all of us do not even know how to tackle it. It is for that reason, Chairperson, that I would want to say that there has been a systematic neglect of our people by the leaders of this government. And in fact, the Deputy Minister of Department of Employment and Labor did one very populist visit in one of the factories in KwaZulu-Natal. I've forgotten the name of the factory, where he announced that an employer who was non-compliant has been arrested, and some of the MK Labor Desk members went to the police station the day after and found that they were never kept in cells. They were released upon arrival at the police station. So these are the factors, these are the challenges that we are facing. Even yesterday, certain non-illegal foreigners were arrested in Verulam together with a Taiwanese employer. And I'm told that an hour later they were released. And if you look at the amount of time that it takes to verify addresses and give people a police bail, it would not have been possible that the police would have done all that in an hour. When our students march and are arrested, they are kept in jails, in police cells for all weekends, yet the illegal foreigners are given just a free access, a free exit in our police station. Chairperson, I would just want to end it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shezi. Honorable Mpele.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the recognition. Let me just say also all protocol observed. Chairperson, I'm not going to be long, but I think what is important here, Chairperson, maybe even to acknowledge is the ignorance as the government that we are having at the same time in terms of the influx of the foreign nationals. I'm saying this because now, as much as we are having these challenges, all these issues are caused by the controls in terms of the people that are coming in and coming out of our country, and especially those that does not have the papers. So one would wonder, why is it because we don't have a capacity or what? But as far as I'm concerned, we do have a capacity, especially those departments that are dealing with the controls of the borders and everything. So, Chairperson, I think we need to really be very serious about that. Actually, even in this joint, what you call, they were supposed to be here so that they can account. Why is it so difficult for them to can just do their job? Because we've got the laws that are supposed to be implemented to make sure that we don't have these issues. Now, in terms of the companies, Chairperson, that are not complying, because we have so many companies, especially in the tourism sector, like who other members have said. I think maybe even the laws that we are enforcing to these companies are very light. We are supposed to be really making sure that if a person breaks the law because they do know the law, but they are doing it deliberately because they are not respecting our country, for that matter, even our laws. Now, it's simple. If a person is found employed and undocumented foreigner, and the person where the skill is available, it is at their disposal in terms of the here in South Africa locally. So we are supposed to say, let's just close the business, because that means that person is not recognizing these laws. So why should you have them? Because even when you take them to, you enforce the law today, and then they are taken to the jail, they pay the bail, which is nothing. Even the fine, it's nothing, to be honest. It doesn't hit in the nerve. So now I think it is as simple as that. We need to make sure that we close the what you call the business, because they know this law. They are ignoring, especially in tourism and also in agriculture as well. Now, I understand as well, Chairperson, that there are border employment that are happening in the countries, but there are controls. There are certain controls that they put in place, these other countries. It's not that maybe when you find South Africans in China, no, they just wake up in the morning and say, no, I'm going to go and work into China. There are laws that they are using. They are working with certain agencies, which even those agencies, I don't even know here in South Africa, we even know how many agents do we have that are doing this cross-border employment. So that are recruiting people, which also it makes them to put them into danger, because others, they do it for the good purpose, others, they do it for the bad purpose. So now there are no, that means we don't take our country very seriously for that matter. Now, the other issue, Chairperson, our sister departments, those departments that are dealing with the deporting of the people, and also who are supposed to be making sure that the people are not coming undocumented. It's not supposed to be a fact that we only go to the oversight where they do the job. It must be done every day. I mean to say, during the apartheid time, here, even in our own country, that government, we couldn't walk freely. They would identify it as, here as a black person is just walking. Where's your keep it pass. So now it's very difficult why it is not done to other people, even in other countries, even now. When you go to other countries, you can't just walk freely the way you want. When you come in, you are monitored. What are you doing? What are your moves and everything? When you're there, you have to go immediately. If you don't go, because they even know what time are you going back, what flight are you going to catch. Immediately, they enforce their law. If you are not in that flight, they take you to jail for that matter. So now I really don't understand. We are also failing on that one. In terms of the stats, Chairperson, of the foreigners, we only talk about the percentage, because why? We don't have the real numbers. We don't have, because of what? Of the controls. It's not because the Employment and Labor Department is ignorant. No, it's because the stats say now, it's not that they are ignorant. But if the controls, because in terms of your other department, they must be having, especially the Home Affairs, they are supposed to be having those, working with other departments to know that how many people they have got. It's because even themselves, they don't have the controls in place. So that is why we are having these challenges, Chairperson. For me, I really don't understand. In terms of the skills, come on, guys. On the tourism, there's no way that we cannot have skills. Here in South Africa, we do. Even to the last skills, the highest one. We are sitting with the unemployed graduates who are not being employed, instead taking people from outside. And also in terms of the racial issue, you are taking those that are in a certain color without recognizing that we've got kids that have got to the university who are sitting at home. Otherwise, they end up taking what? The domestic worker. We have just recognized one person who is supposed to be, who is went for the, who studied as a nurse. He's got a master's degree. That person, as I'm speaking to, is over 40. She was never employed. She's a domestic worker, earning less than 3,500. So, I mean to say, we are really, really not doing the justice. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mpele. Honorable Zungula will then be followed by Honorable Ismail.
Thank you,
Zungula,
Chair.
I recognize.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you, co-chairs, honorable members, the department, the staff, and all people in the platform. Chair, I think all mind people, whenever we're having these conversations about how unemployment and poverty is at a crisis level. And this does not represent numbers or stats or figures, but it represents actual people and broken hopes of citizens who are ignored, sidelined, and let down by their own government in their own country. And I want to make a point here to say whether the unemployment of foreign nationals in a sector is 5%, it is 3%. The truth of the matter is, if they are working and they are doing jobs that could be done by locals, if you were to replace those foreign nationals with locals, that would reduce unemployment. And a 10% unemployment is way better than a 15% unemployment. And we should not even accept a case whereby we are saying that the figures of foreigners that are working, it is predominantly low. South Africans, the number of South Africans working in a certain sector is higher than foreigners. South Africa, South Africans. So what I'm driving, Chair, is that we need to be serious and intentional as the portfolio committees on the question of ensuring that South Africans are working in all sectors, dominant in all sectors, and people that are coming outside of the country, respectfully, they must only work for positions or for jobs that we as South Africans do not have the skills for. And when they do so, there must be a skills transfer program that will enable South Africans to acquire those skills. And that is my first question to ask the department. The question of the skills transfer program, why is it that it is never part of any discussions or deliberations to say the people that are working as the foreigners that are working, are they transferring those skills to locals? Because the South Africans that are working in other countries, for highly skilled jobs in those countries, South Africans are given a clear time frame to say you are going to work in this country for X number of years, and in this X number of years, the skill that you possess, you must transfer it to a local. However, in our country, that is not the case. So that is the first question. The second issue I want to raise, Chair, is that it is clear there is no political will to resolve this problem. We have been talking about this. We did not start yesterday. We did not start last week or last month or last year. The issue of foreign nationals working in South Africa without the relevant documentation and visas, it is not a new thing. It is something that has been discussed or has been in the public discourse for over 10 years. However, instead of the problem getting resolved, instead it keeps on getting worse, And there's also the issue that there are very few reported cases of employers being arrested and sanctioned. And without arresting the employers or the managers of these companies, the problem will keep persisting. It is not enough, DM and people from the department, to arrest the employees or the workers, because once you arrest that particular employee or worker, the employer or manager will simply go and employ another person, another worker. They will exploit them. They will, pay them in alcohol. They'll pay them in food, and they will basically abuse them. Why aren't the managers or the employers being arrested? Why is it that it's so easy to target the vulnerable worker that is exploited, but the person who's doing the exploiting is not anyway touched? That is the second question I want to ask. And then the other issue I want to raise is that these stats, I know there's a discussion to say the number of foreign nationals that are working, it is relatively low. But the reality is that these stats are for people that are legal or documented, which is documented cases. That is why there are reports that could be deduced from their particular employment. But it does not include undocumented workers. It does not include workers without the necessary visas. Now, I want to ask the department, yes, this is the reports that have been presented based on these stats. However, the question I want to check now is that when you look at the undocumented workers, whereby there is no records of them being employed, can you estimate how the situation may be in terms of the numbers? And then the last issue, Chair, like I stated earlier, we've been talking about this for a very long time. There's definitely no political will. And, you know, when a few of our government departments, ministers actually go to some of these places, arrest people, it's like, you know, it's for vibes, or it's just maybe wanting, you know, to make a political statement. It's not a genuine act which could be done across the country, particularly on sectors that are known to be problematic. Now, the bottom line here is that there seems to be, South Africa does have agreements with other countries to provide employment for their nationals. I just want to ask DM Sbiya, I think you are still in the platform. Does South Africa have agreements with other countries to provide employment for their nationals? Because it could be that is a problem. Your hands are tied, DM, no matter how much you may want to address this problem. But because there's such agreements, you need to work within those agreements. And we may talk about enforcement, we may talk about new laws, we may talk about everything. But if there are agreements in place, then nothing that is being discussed here or in the communities will actually, have a material change, because you are bound by those agreements. So, bottom line, or maybe the question that I need to ask in conclusion, Chair, just in conclusion.
Yes, as you conclude, because
as
I'm
I conclude,
indicating that you must conclude.
Yeah. Do you have other agreements, DM, with other countries that South Africa will provide employment for the nationals of those countries? That is, you can ignore the other questions if maybe time is limiting, but this question of the agreements, I think for me, is the most important question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sungula. Honorable Ismail.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everybody on the platform. I will try not to take too much time. I only have three questions, very specific. My first question, or my first point of clarity will be, I think we should be very, very clear that we are interested in the rule of law. If people are in the country legally and according to the law, then they must be protected. Surely, one can't say that a legal immigrant with a work permit can't work in certain sectors of the country. I mean, if a South African goes to another country and they go legally, they have legal work permits, and now another country tells one of our South Africans that now you're not allowed to work in a particular sector of the country, I mean, we would have a problem with it. And then my second question is that you are stating that there's massive non-compliance in many sectors. But how do you want to introduce even more regulations? If people aren't complying now, and this is simply because the Department of Employment and Labor are not enforcing your own rules, why would anyone all of a sudden, comply after more rules are introduced? I mean, we need to address the problem. And this leads to my next question. Now, looking at these presentations, while the Department of Home Affairs has their responsibilities, the Department of Labor needs to be on the forefront. I mean, really, why do you devote huge budget to other things, but so little to things like Labor Inspectorate and CCMA? If we have more labor inspectors, this will address the issues of non-compliance, etc. And then you will find the percentages that we are seeing on all these presentations of illegal immigrants, not immigrants with work permits, but illegal immigrants actually decreasing. And I think that would assist in actually addressing this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ismail. I'm not sure whether it's Linde or Linde.
Honorable
But
Chair, thank you
I've seen the
very
hand.
much. It's Elmarie Linde.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, I also would like to make a lot of comments, but I'm going to leave that because of the time constraint. On the presentation from Labour, I have a few questions. I want to ask the department, has the department conducted a socioeconomic impact assessment on the proposed quotas for the sector or hospitality sector? If so, can the committees be provided with the findings, specifically the projected impact on the business closures, job losses for South Africans in supporting roles, and overall tourism growth? It will be interesting to see what that study revealed. Chair, on the question of the matter of the true fashion judgment, can the department confirm whether, since this judgment, it is being routinely consulted by the Department of Home Affairs on all the waiver applications that impact the labour market, and particularly on our hospitality sector? And if not, what steps are being taken to ensure this court order is respected to prevent any further illegal waivers? Question on another one for the department, Chair, is what is the department's current evidence-based methodology for identifying and defining the critical and scarce skills within the specific tourism sector, such as your chefs, your sommeliers, or the specialized hotel managers? And can the committees, both our committees, be provided with the most recent skills shortage list for the accommodation and hospitality sectors? Chairperson, then on your our FDASA presentation, I also just would like to ask a few questions. And thank you for this presentation, these very pros and cons that I've picked up. But I want to ask, what is FDASA's specific, quantifiable, and time-bound targets for net job creation within the hospitality sector? Because I see a lot of proposals and concerns, but I don't see action steps that will be taken. So how will this data then be tracked to ensure this job creation? Chair, while the power of collaboration is mentioned in this presentation, which is great, specifically the DA is interested in results. We don't just want to see the activities. We are concerned that without clear key performance indicators, these collaborations might not lead to any successes. So beyond hosting workshops, and what specific measurables, regulatory burdens, or pieces of red tape has the collaboration with the Department of Employment and Labour successfully eliminated or simplified up to date? And then question is FDASA advocating for a tiered or risk-based compliance system with the Department of Labour, where the regulatory requirements and frequency of inspections are proportionate to the size and revenue of the business? Chair, I think I would just conclude with one last question. I want to ask FDASA, what specific joint policy interventions is FDASA proposing to the government to directly stimulate domestic consumer spending and confidence, which is the lifeblood of the majority of your members. Chairperson, thank you very much, and thank you also for the presentations to all the parties.
Before I give over to the side of the department and
Chair?
our stakeholders.
Honorable Chair?
Yes,
there is Honorable Mashabela. She reported just now that she's unable to raise her hand on the gadget.
Okay, I've not seen the hand, yes.
Yes, Honorable Mashabela and Honorable Mutli, I see the hand is up.
Okay. Can we then quickly give to Honorable Mashabela, followed by Honorable Mutli, and there was Honorable Maheko that I stopped at the time and said I would look at the assessment. I'll then make that assessment as we move forward. Can we get Honorable Mashabela? I hope you can hear and then be able to proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Renelu Mashabela from the EFF. So, Chair, it is good that we have Department of Labor with us today because Minister of Tourism do not want to take any responsibility. The minister hides behind labor laws and point her fingers to Labor Department. So, Chair, does the Department of Labor have capacity and resources to do inspection in the tourism sector? Because what we get from our oversight is that you do not have enough cars and inspectors. On top of that, your inspectors are well known for taking bribes from employers. Again, Chair, the Department of Labor boasts of 31% non-compliance, that this 39% non-compliance is low. We need 0% non-compliance. We need to know who is compliant. Give us the name of the employer and who is not, and what are the consequences so that you can be able to save the country. Chair, how does the department plan to use Section 53 of the Employment Equity Act to restrict state contracts to companies with persistent racial wage gaps? What is the average wage gap between Black employees and white employees in management and supervisory roles within the sector? The last question, Chair, no, it's the second last, yeah. What steps has the department taken to challenge or review these waivers issued by Home Affairs that effectively remove labor oversight? The last one, Chair, is the last one. This one, I'm not going to ask the other question. I think 3 minutes has passed. What mechanism, Chair, exists to monitor salary gaps and transformation outcomes in the hospitality sector? And can they be made public as a brief? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mashabela. Honorable Mudley. Honorable Mudley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to both the chairs. Thank you for the presentation. Mine is more a statement than a question. You know, Chair, Honorable Maneli, and the Minister needs to change the policy and the legislation, the way we do business. The first thing is you have 8.4 million people unemployed, 35.9% women, 4.9% men unemployed. You're talking about skilled labor, scarce labor. Now, you're telling us that our people are not skilled? If they're not skilled, what is this government doing about it? We should skill these people. Make sure that our people get work. 3.6% of foreign nationals getting work in our industry, especially tourism industry. It's not on. It's not on. We need to change the way we do business. I think the buck stops with the minister. Employment and labor, a lot of work's being done. I can see that. In your opening remark, Honorable Maneli, you spoke about our people getting work, and so did my chairperson of tourism also spoke and length about our people not getting work. Now, for me, it's a talk shop. We need to change the way we do business. The last one is a question. We spoke about, the last person spoke about the fact that Cape Town seems to be having more tourists than anywhere else in the country. Remember, all the embassies are there, all the big businesses, the offices are there. So what tool is used to measure the amount of people coming to our country or come to do business here? So that's the question to the last speaker. Maybe he can answer that to me. What tool is used to measure the people coming to our country, spending money in our country, or coming in here to make money and business and stay here 3 nights and then go back home? So that's the question I want to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Motley. Honorable Maeto, want to conclude that point, and then I give to, and if you are covered on that point, you'll indicate so that I get the responses.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. As I conclude, the question was on the FIDASA, that noting that you are advocating for and actually working towards an online portal with templates, policies, and guidance to practically implement compliance. How will you ensure that all businesses can effectively make use of the system to mitigate against system glitches, and also ensure the credibility of information loaded on the system as a true reflection of what is happening in the business as it relates to compliance? Lastly, you mentioned on slide 8 that restaurants in general are very reliant on the domestic economy, which is currently not growing at all as we speak. South African tourism reported that day trip spend grew by 2.8% in financial year of 2024 and 25 to 145.2 billion, suggesting a rise in spend per outing or an increased demand for quality day experiences. Together, these trends point to a resilient domestic tourism market. Is there no relationship between the two? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mahit. So as I give to the department and all presenters who would have presented, it's just to indicate that some of the points made are really comments that you should be able to take forward, and that you may want to respond to specific questions that have been asked by members. And thereafter, I would then summarize, give to the chair, who will then do the closing remarks. After that, the Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Tourism. So I'm managing this part now of the responses. Please work with me with regard to the time without compromising on responding to specific questions. That's why I'm saying other points may have noted them for comments, because they are about improvement that we need to do. Deputy Minister Sibia, because that was the first presentation, you will decide whether you want to give to the officials first and then you close the gaps, or you want to be the one leveling the play field for them to be able to get in. So entirely on you. As I hand over to yourselves, you'll then be followed by Mr. Brett Tungai from the side of their presentation, and Mr. Shivangwe from the side of his presentation. I think there was just one question, if I remember well, on that side, and two questions to Mr. Tungai, and mostly they are departmental related questions to employment and labor. Can we do that quickly? Deputy Minister, if you're still on the line.
Thank you.
To come in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Maneli. And we want to start by thanking all the members for their comments and remarks, but also very important questions that they've raised, and some robust engagements as well. Understanding that we are dealing with a very emotive issue, Chair. Obviously, at times it will drive us to be a bit I'm trying to get a very diplomatic way of putting it, but we'll get a bit robust when we engage. Obviously, we'll have to respond some of the things. Chair, I want to start by, I'll lay the ground for the team as usual. Then they will come and close the gaps and deal with some other technicalities. I want to start by acknowledging that what was said first by the presenter who presented on behalf of FEDASA, Chair, it is very critical and important that the issue of collaboration, the work that we have done with FEDASA, we can see that it's starting to yield results in terms of the work that we do when it comes to advocacy. The carrot and stick theory, we both agree that it's when we dangle carrot, there is always results. But again, where there are no results, we'll always bring the stick as the state. But it's very true. We want to agree with him on that. And it's how we are approaching our work with FEDASA. And it's the work that we are doing, Chair, because we identified hospitality sector as one of the problematic sectors. And FEDASA came on board. We came with programs. We strategized. We identified gaps. And we are working together to try and clean the space of hospitality sector. It's not like there's nothing that is being done. Both government and private sector are working together in tandem to resolve these challenges as equal partners, Chair. So I think we will see results as we move forward when it comes to this sector because of the work that we are doing with FEDASA and their willingness to change the space and change the picture in that space. So we want to appreciate that first. And as I move on, Chair, as I've said, there's quite a lot that has been raised and would want to respond to quite a number of the things that were raised as the Department of Employment and Labor. We have that responsibility. Chair, the issue of, I want to agree with Honorable Bison, what she said earlier on, that the issue of illegal foreign immigrants is a crisis, is a serious matter in our country. And it's true that they contribute nothing in our economy. Because the majority of them, Chair, they don't have bank accounts, they don't have identity, they don't have passports, they can't take bank accounts, they can't be paid anyhow. Tax, we can't tax them. They are paid on cash, they are exploited. The worst part of all is that themselves are exploited by the employers. So it's a double-edged sword for them, but also for our country, because when they are paid on cash and they take that cash straight home. And it doesn't even circulate, not even once in our country. So it's a very, very serious issue that we can't overlook and just underplay and say because numbers are low. But no matter how low the number is, if there is a number, it's a problem. So I wanted just to say to Honorable Bason, we're in agreement. And we employ all races when it comes to inspectors in the department. We advertise like in any other department, open to everyone who applies and qualify. inspection is a very technical work. It's not just like an ordinary kind of work. Every inspector that we have, all of them are highly qualified, Chair. I must put that across because at times people think being an inspector, you just, it's like anybody who becomes an inspector, maybe any law enforcer, you might find a traffic cop being a law enforcer. In the inspectors that we have in the department are highly trained, highly qualified, and they are largely bringing quite a number of critical skills, because you'll find them that a majority of them, they hold LLB degrees, they are engineers, they are technicians, they are ICT experts. It's that kind of a field. Some are in construction and a different kind of areas. So I'm saying we are open. We employ anyone who applies, qualifies, pass interviews. We want to see everyone being part of our team, a great team with a great culture that has been established. Ethics are at the center of the work that we are doing, Chair. And Honorable Mokwelo raised an issue regarding the issue of the number of foreign immigrants who are in the country, as if it's insignificant. Chair, what you see that we are presenting here, Chair, I must say, because the 3% or the 5% we can talk about, it's a huge number. 3% of what? And what is the number, the actual figure? But beyond that, what we are presenting here is what has been verified. It's what we can confirm, we can stand on and say, this, we have verified it, this is correct, because another big issue is that this, what we are presenting, is about 1,300 employers, Chair, in the hospitality sector who submitted their employment equity reports. There is quite a number of them, again, who haven't submitted the reports. So it's what has been submitted, and we can only finish the portfolio committee with what has been verified, what has been submitted, but we agree that there is a number, a huge number as well, that hasn't submitted. So the number is even bigger than what we are just presenting here. I'm trying to cover some of the questions that were asked by other members, because we need to deal with that. So it's not just that it's a number. The number that you see here, it's the only figure that is out there. It's true that when you go to quite a number of establishments in some of the in the hospitality sector, you see a different picture. It's because some of them, they don't submit. And they don't, we are unable to verify that information. So I'm trying to cover that it might seem as 3%, but it's not 3%. It's way above 3%, and I'm saying it with authority, but we can't present the portfolio committee with a figure that we haven't verified. That will mean we are misleading the portfolio committee. Our statistics, Chair, are verified, verifiable. As I've said, that what we are presenting is what has been reported, but there is quite a number, a huge number that has not been reported. Honorable Shezi, the department has failed. We agree that there are gaps that we need to close and work hard towards closing them and do better in them. We might say that instead of people thinking we've failed to enforce our laws, we are enforcing our laws. We are working every day to enforce our laws. By the way, we don't do our work only when you see the deputy minister or the minister going out to do some high impact bleeds. Those are specialized operations. Our inspectors are working daily, every day. People who are in the industry, in the sector, Fedasa will tell you that we are working literally every day. They find us everywhere in the entire country, not in KZN or in Gauteng or in Western Cape, but every day. As we speak, you've got inspectors who are working tirelessly. in all sectors in this country. Whether you talk about hospitality, iron and steel sector, you talk about agricultural sector, or any other sector you can talk about, they are at work as I'm speaking to you now. So when you see us as ministers and deputy ministers, it's not because that's the only time we're working. It's very misleading to think like that, but we do the work every day. Yes, we don't have enough inspectors. That one, it's well documented, and we acknowledge it. We wish this joint portfolio committee sitting can help us to get more budget to employ more inspectors. Then that will be the best resolution for us out of this joint portfolio committee. It will help us quite a lot. We need more inspectors, more resources, so that we can do more. We've got quite a number of employers in this country, more than 1 million of them, with just above 2,000 inspectors. So we need more budget. And this joint portfolio committee can assist us to get more budget and get more inspectors who are willing to work. We do inspection day and night. We've got inspections that we do in the evening, at night, at 1 a.m. We do them all the time because we are committed to the work that we're doing. But yes, we don't have enough resources. We'd want to do more. Well, when it comes to the influx of people in our country, we're not going to comment on issues that are related to our sister departments like Home Affairs. A number of honorable members, with all due respect, have raised the matter of influx of illegal foreign immigrants in our country. We are not dealing with cross-border or border monitoring or migration issues. That's Home Affairs. We'll stick to what we do as the Department of Employment and Labor. Yes, there is a challenge and it is impacting on us, but I think it will be only fair to talk about such when we have a joint portfolio committee with Home Affairs. And it remains the responsibility of the two portfolio committees to invite the portfolio committee of Home Affairs and the Department of Home Affairs to have these three departments deliberating on these matters, because Parliament has got a responsibility. If we say we are failing, it's a collective responsibility of all of us. And some of us, we believe if we work together with portfolio committees to change some of the things that we see on the ground, it becomes better and easy, and we become more impactful than as if we are challenging each other. Because the challenges we see, they remain our challenges, all of us. And we are willing to work with anyone who want to work with us to resolve a number of challenges that we see in our country. There was an issue, Chair, which I have to respond to it, that the Deputy Minister went to, I will help Mr. Shiz, Honorable Shiz, that went to Newcastle. It was Newcastle, not somewhere in a company. It was in Newcastle, where we claimed that employers were arrested. I wouldn't want to dwell into where I have to talk about political parties in a portfolio committee. I take a portfolio committee as a non-partisan committee that represents the people of this republic. It's new to me where parties would want to outshine each other in a portfolio committee. But it's what I think we have here. So, Chair, we don't do things for grandstanding purposes. When we do our work with diligence, ethically, and we do it because we have to do it on behalf of the people whom we are serving. When we went to Newcastle to do the work that we did with the team from the Department of Employment and Labor, Home Affairs and SAPS, that was a high impact blitz which yielded serious results. For the first time in Newcastle, things have changed. Maybe, Chair, we'll have to report to the Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labor, because I'm tempted even to give them results right now, what is happening in that space, what the Chinese employers are doing right now to work with us to change the situation. It was for the first time what was done in Emabodini in Newcastle was done by the Department of Employment and Labor. And the results are there to be seen. 17 Chinese nationals were arrested. I'm saying this, Chair, in the Portfolio Committee with authority and knowing that is the truth. And we don't have a responsibility to prosecute. We are not the prosecutors. We are not NPA. We don't, in fact, when we work with SAPS, it's because we work with them because they are the ones who have the authority to arrest. They arrest, they process, then NPA deal with the rest. So what happens after that, it's not the responsibility of the Department of Employment and Labor. 17 Chinese employers were arrested and they were granted 1,000 rand bail, Chair. I'm just giving this because I want to remove this notion of saying we went to Newcastle for grandstanding purposes. Maybe it's because others always go to do these things for grandstanding purposes, but some of us, we don't do that. Even the impact that we have done, in fact, even the illegal foreign immigrants who were arrested there, and hundreds of them were arrested and deported, processed to be deported. So what we are talking about must be factual. If we need information, we will give information. Not that we come to the portfolio committee and raise issues that are not existing. So I'm just raising this because it was raised and it's incorrect. It lacks the truth. It's disingenuous. And then Honorable Mpele, yes, we would like to do that, my honorable member, where we can just say we are closing business because we are employing illegal foreign, but the law doesn't allow that. Even our laws doesn't allow that. So we have to play by the book. We can't just close a company because it is employing illegal foreign immigrants. We close companies for other grave offenses, if I can say, or in particular, the Occupational Health and Safety Act is the one that has that space with some serious offenses that we might find in a company that we know can cause harm or even death to employers and employees that work for that particular company. But as I've said, the parliament has got a responsibility. It represents the people, and I think we must work together to close the gaps that we see. And the issue of border controls, I think I've spoken about those ones. And the status of giving percentage, we're giving percentages because we believe it's easy to work on percentages. We can give numbers. I think some of the presentations that we've given, they do have actual numbers and actual figures. We work with figures, but reduce them to percentages so that it becomes easy when we present. But we'll make sure now that we give members the actual figures. We take that one. Honorable Zungula, I fully agree with you. That these numbers don't just represent numbers, but it's the actual people, the actual warm bodies, the unemployment and everything. It is a challenge. We fully agree with you, honorable member, on that one. We can't disagree with you. And we're working hard to change the picture as the department, the entire government. It's not only the responsibility of the Department of Employment and Labor, but it's the collective responsibility of the entire government working with private sector to deal with the issue of unemployment. And we're doing quite a lot of work. And we are quite confident that very soon we'll see the level of unemployment decreasing in the country due to the interventions that we are making as the seventh administration in the country to change how things are. And the issue of skills transfer, it is part, the issue of skills transfer, it is part of what needs to be done. It's part of what we're enforcing. There must be skills transfer where we have lack of skills and we are bringing people from outside the country. That one is part and parcel, honorable member. The need to arrest the employers for employing illegal foreign immigrants. That one, again, there is a section, I think it's section 38 of from Home Affairs, which affect that one, where employers are now arrested, and we've arrested quite a number of them. That's why we even arrested 17 Chinese nationals in Newcastle. We arrested some in after Newcastle in Umtata. We arrested some here in KZN, in Ndwedwe just last week. We are going to be dealing with others because we are not just showing face. We are working every day. Even myself, personal, I'm doing inspections literally every week. So the employers are arrested and they are fined. The only challenge with the fines is that it's not uniformed. What you see in Pretoria West or in Gauteng, let me just say in Gauteng, because I've observed that in Gauteng, it's 10,000 rand per illegal foreign immigrant that the employer must pay. If they are 100, then it's the same stuff that he must do. It's 100,000 rands. Then you go to Kimberley, it's 2,500 rands. You go to Mpumalanga, it's another different fine. So we want to engage Home Affairs as well on that. That it's important that there is uniformity, but again, these fines must be a bit harsher because you've got companies or employers who budget for fines, who say, I'm not going to comply, I'm prepared not to comply, and I'm prepared to pay a fine. They budget for fines and they don't care. So we want to deal with this with Home Affairs because it's in the scope of Home Affairs, but it's determined by the magistrates in that particular area when it comes to these fines. So those are some of the gaps that we see that we believe we need to make sure that we work with our sister department to close. But with these portfolio committees, working with all of us to deal with these matters. As I'm going towards conclusion, well, there was an issue that was raised that we are not genuine when we go to these inspections. We are just doing it for vibes. Not at all. We don't have time for vibes. There is no vibe when things are like this. We are doing these inspections because it's what we need to do. That this Department of Employment and Labor has got a responsibility to do inspection and enforcement every day, and we are doing it every day to make sure that we do what is supposed to be done. There is enforcement. But I must say that there was an issue that says, again, we devote very little budget on inspectors than we do on other things as the department. We wish we can have more budget. We don't have even enough budget for the department. And there are competing needs in the department. As you talk about CCNA, you talk about NETLEG, talk about SEE, you talk about productivity SA, all these are within the department. But you talk about the department itself with different branches. So I'm saying there are competing needs in the department. We are not only dealing with inspection and enforcement, we are dealing with quite a number of other areas of focus that are as critical as well, that needs our focus. So give us more budget, and I can assure you, we'll show you improvement. We will show you that we are committed in what we are doing. Do we have capacity, Honorable Mashabela? Do we have capacity? We don't have enough capacity. We don't have enough capacity to do our work in a manner we would want to. We don't have enough cars. We don't have enough inspectors. We don't have enough resources. We want more resources. If we can get more resources, we can do better. We are committed. Our inspectors take bribes. I always say, give us evidence. Just anyone who alleges that our inspectors are taking bribes. I'm not saying they are not, but I will have to stand with the inspectors on this one. Give us one inspector, then we'll deal with that inspector. We do this every day. We talk to our inspectors. The culture that has been established in the branch of inspection and enforcement, it's a culture of ethics. It's a culture of diligence. It's a culture of whatever that we do, we need to do it in a manner that is going to leave dignity when it comes to inspectorate, when it comes to law enforcement. So I'm saying there is quite a number of people who will make these allegations. But when we say, give us evidence, give us the name, then we'll do the rest. Nobody has been able to do that. It becomes easy to make our inspectors, a scapegoat, as if they are not doing their work. These inspectors do their work every day. They wake up every day, go to farms where they are threatened with dogs, with guns, they are beaten up. Go to factories where they are beaten up. People don't understand some of the risks that they are facing. And they believe they are just doing nothing, absolutely nothing. But these colleagues are working every day to do their work. If there is anyone who's not doing what he's supposed to do, I can assure these two joint portfolio committees that we are ready to deal with anyone. We want to root out anyone who's not doing what is supposed to be done, Chairperson. The last one, the issue of waiver that was raised, I think it's another issue that we can raise and deal with it with Home Affairs, ourselves, and tourism. Because there are concerns that we are having as the department as well when it comes to how the waiver is being given and how it's being managed. It's getting worse of late. I'm saying it openly as a deputy minister, and it's such observations that makes us uncomfortable. But I can assure the committee that the committees that we're working very hard to change the things and how they are and make them better. Let me allow the team to close the gaps that I have left. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM.
I could proceed, but just mind the time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, DM. I'll just touch on a few issues. I think on the question of Tatemaetso around a job placement program, we do have an ESA, and I did indicate that we work with other agencies like Youth Mobi and private employment agencies to assist anyone who is looking for a person in South Africa. We do have databases that we refer people, and we can assist with the employment of such people free of charge. There was a question around agreements with other countries. Yes, those agreements still exist, but largely those agreements were concluded in the 60s by the previous government, mainly to allow or agree with neighboring countries to bring in their nationals to come and work in the mines. And those agreements are still in force and have not been repealed because there is some level of resistance by those countries because they tend to benefit from the proceeds of those agreements and the monies that they get from the mines. And the tendency has been to try and extend them to other areas. But those are part of agreements that are subject to review under the bilateral agreements. There was a question by Honorable Mbele around the agencies that recruit people. The private employment agency and temporary employment services in the country are registered, and they have got an association just like FEDASA. They've got a code of conduct. There are others that are not part of the association, and they work with the department, and the list is also available on our website. The problem, however, is private employment agencies from other countries that come into the country to recruit our people and place them sometimes in bogus employment brothels and jobs that do not exist. And that is another aspect that we are proposing to regulate in the Employment Services Amendment Bill, because we have noticed that this has become a major problem, especially in the recruitment. I think DM covered a range of issues that are within the domain of Home Affairs around scarce skills transfers. The scarce skills list is published by them. The question of waivers, question of our engagement with them, which we have done, the court case, and we have also raised this at the level of cabinet, who also gave instruction around the conclusion of the white paper. Thank you, DM. I think if Ms. Muilwa and Ms. Mamashele wants to come in, they can also come in. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Chair,
Thank
if
you,
I may.
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, DDG.
Honorable Chair, thanks for the opportunity. If I may come in just on two things. Number one, in terms of the question on enforcement of the national minimum wage and how this can be a means of reducing exploitation, we see it as being more than just money that people get. Typically in this sector, you find that some of the workers, if not the majority, are paid through tips. And sometimes they go home with next to nothing. So we believe that and enforcing the national minimum wage fosters the element of decent work and also improves their human dignity. And it also assists us to deal with modern day slavery, literally, and also increase the morale and the worth and the well-being of the workers. The second question that I want to add to on the issue of collaboration with FEDASA, the Deputy Minister spoke at length on this. I want to add that advocacy is one of the 3 pillars of the inspection enforcement strategy, a very important one for that matter. We believe that conversations are essential, not only to improve compliance, but also to provide policy feedback. You know that we constantly are in the process of reforming our laws because the labor market is everything but static. So we work in an environment that has got a labor market that is continuously reforming. And we believe that it's one way, this type of collaborations, of making sure that there is a change in behavior in the sector itself, which for us bodes well for sustainable compliance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DDG. Through you, Chairperson, if I may add to what our Deputy Ministers already alluded to, there were 2 areas that I wanted to clarify. There was a question why we are only covering race and not gender statistics or for persons with disabilities. The statistics are available for this sector in relation to the representation of women, and we also have data available on the representation of persons with disabilities per occupational level, Chair, in the tourism sector. And that is available in the 2024-2025 Commission for Employment Equity Annual Report, which the Minister published on our departmental website on the 16th of May 2025. We can also send a copy to the Secretariat of the committee so that they can make the statistics available for honorable members to look at. There was also the second question that was not covered was from Honorable Mokwele regarding the fact that we are not breaking down the foreign national statistics in terms of nationality of those foreign nationals. We don't know whether they are Chinese, white, or Europeans. It's true, Chair, that there is no legal requirements under the Employment Equity Act to break down the statistics of foreign nationals into their different ethnic groups or nationalities. Therefore, that statistics we do not collect because it's not a legal requirement under the Employment Equity Act. I think I've covered all areas, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I would like to, a couple of points that I need to cover here. Okay, so in terms of, we're still working with the department and setting up a online portal. Will we be able to get everybody to go onto the portal? No. There's a lot of people that won't utilize those resources, but the majority will. And it's as been pointed out, we need to make resources available. If at the moment they're not, and how do we improve the situation? By having resources. In terms of legislation, the government, you guys are very good at putting out legislation all the time. But that legislation, when it becomes policy, is not user-friendly. We need to get a situation, and that's what I implore both these committees, is that when legislation is made, the adoption into wherever business, like in our case, needs to be considered. how are people actually going to comply with that legislation? What are the resources that that legislation empowers to make compliance compliable? And that you don't need. Sorry, I'm losing my line here, but the majority of our industry is small and medium enterprises. They are battling to afford all of the specialists and consultants that are needed to comply with all this legislation. Case in point, a small business just down the road from where my business is. It's a husband and wife. They're elderly. They employ 4 staff, and they've got a small little restaurant. I would actually be quite surprised if they take home more than 15,000, 20,000 rand a month between the two of them after expenses. And yet now, about 6 months ago, they were both arrested for non-compliance of COIDA. Now, I have to pay, to be able to be COIDA compliant, approximately about 24,000, 25,000 rand a year just to my consultant to be able to be COIDA compliant. So how does that small business afford that? They can't. It's over a month's salary for them, take-home pay, that couple would have to spend just to be able to be COIDA compliant. That's just a small example. So you guys need to, when you're formulating legislation, how is that legislation going into regulation, and that regulation, how is it going to be implemented by business? I'm very disappointed to hear from members, honourable members talking today, that their response is, if somebody's not compliant, just close the business. Do you know the sacrifice that goes into opening a business by people? And just because you're a business owner doesn't make you a Superman. It doesn't all of a sudden make you a legal expert, an employment expert, a health and safety expert, a planning expert, a town planning expert. The amount of loopholes that people have to jump through to open a business in this country are staggering. Please, I implore you guys. Most people don't want to break the law. Yes, we've got bad elements in every portion of our society. We know that. But in general, South Africans are law-abiding citizens that just want to go about making a livelihood for themselves and putting bread on the table for their families. Don't make people trying to do their best criminals because it was too hard and too difficult or unaffordable for them to be compliant. That's why I say we give the people a carrot. And I understand, yes, if they don't accept the carrot, bring out the stick. But please, we need to look at how we can assist with compliance in all aspects. And that's not just employment. The other one, and that's now for the tourism side, is we need to grow tourism broadly through South Africa. You know, we're all talking about employment numbers and all the rest. We cannot end up, and we are heading in that direction at a rapid rate of having a bipolar tourism industry in this country, as I said in my presentation. We need to spread tourism throughout this country. And a lot of this comes down to perception. And unfortunately, perception is the responsibility of every one of us as a South African citizen. We have to change the perception of how we see ourselves. If we do that, it changes the perception of how the foreign market sees us. We need to show that we are an amazingly dynamic people. We got amazing culture, cuisine, our scenery is amazing. Our product that we have to offer in the tourism and hospitality industry is amazing. It is. We are world-class, world-leading in that. But we're not seeing that in the numbers. We need to change that. And we can only change that if we change that together as a collective. In terms of metrics, how do we perceive what is changing in terms of our cooperation with the Department of Labour and trying to make sure people are more compliant? That can only be achieved through government statistics, unfortunately. We as industry, that's beyond the realm of our capability. We can't take in those. That's why we have Stats SA. And we have Department of Labour's, what people have submitted into them. And we need to work with those figures, and that's what we do. Okay, in terms of, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to see all the questions that was asked. I think I've covered them all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chimangwe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be brief. I think that the comments that have been shared by honorable members are well noted, especially when it comes to the issues of compliance. I think it's quite important, and the Deputy Minister have eloquently, put this position forward that all of us, we want to comply. And as the industry, we want to make sure that everyone within our sector is protected. And as I've said, we do recognize that there are areas where we need higher levels of improvement. So all of us want to comply. All of us wants to do what is right. And I think helping each other to do what is right is the best thing to do. And especially the small businesses that are quite critical, on creating employment. As Brett have said from FEDASA, that we don't want to criminalize businesses, but we want to make sure that we help them to comply so that they can continue to create employment. I think that's very important because we're dealing with the issue in the main, this discussion that we're having, it has to do with employment. And it has to do with reducing the number of young people that are unemployed. So keeping the business open and helping the business to comply, making sure that those that are working there, are treated right in terms of the basic conditions of employment or the bargaining council agreements and many other things that are there that make sure that the employees, are safe. I think that's quite important. Yes, there are those that may be or are, employing people that are not documented. They're not paying the right amount of money as per the basic condition of employment and not following other parts of the basic condition of employment. I think, we have to make sure that everyone is aware that what they're doing is wrong. And again, as Bright have said, at the end of the day, the law will have to take its course if those that have been warned or those that we have had a chance to speak to are not compliant. We all want to be compliant, we all want to help each other, and we all want to make sure that businesses are open, whether they are formal or informal. We need to make sure that we continue. The second part is that there was a talk about the targets, whether we have a target of compliance. I think the target of compliance, once the Department of Employment and Labor, and FEDHASA have met and have identified the gaps that exist as they've done in the past, is to ensure that we continue with the programs that are there. And as I've said, we will be there to assist where we can to make sure that we get to a level of, of compliance. And we have, when we have the next meeting, we can talk about how far we have gone from non-compliant to at least closer to compliant. I think what's key is that we need to make sure that the industry thrives. We need to make sure that South Africans are traveling their own country or they're going out on a weekend to support the businesses that we have. And we also need to make sure that we've got international travelers that are coming into the country supporting the industry that we have, and to continue to create employment for South Africans. So I think that's very, very important. And I think other issues that have to do with the top management, whether there's more people of different groupings that are on the top management or lower management, I think we need to also handle that issue. And that is why we've got the Tourism Transformation Council that deals with the issues of codes, that deals with the issue of the state of transformation. And at the end of the day, we need to ensure that, when it comes to it, we correct the situation as part of the transformation agenda, which we are committed to. Another thing that's very important to note, still on that point, is that majority of tourism businesses are family owned. So they are run by entrepreneurs, or they are owned by a family. It's me owning my business. Top management then will be me. So we need to keep that in mind, that majority of these businesses are family owned. They've been passed from generation to generation. And there are new businesses that are coming on board that we've seen over the past 30 years. They're also, even when they're new, they're also family owned or individually owned. So it's very difficult, at that space of top management, if the business is family owned, to say that we seek change. Yes, they can sell the business to someone else, but we also need to keep in mind that the tourism businesses are relationship-based business. So I can sell you my business today and you can buy it. If I'm no longer in that business, the people who know me, who are supposed to be your clientele, may follow me to the next business that I open. So they are very much relationship-based business. So it becomes very difficult. And we've had many conversations around how do we drive transformation in businesses that are family owned. It applies to all colors of people and all races and whatnot. Because if we say we need to drive transformation, especially the ownership part of it, it becomes very different. But other parts of transformation, may be easier to target to make sure that there are changes. And the issue of students who are qualified, and the fact that we may be talking about lack of skills, whereas we've got lots of students that are qualified. I do agree that we do have lots of students that are qualified. They've gone to school, studied tourism, studied hospitality, and other related courses. And year after year, we're graduating them. And the industry is unable to absorb all of them. This is something that we need to have a further discussion with, higher institution of learning. And we've started to have some debates around it to say how best do we ensure that, the qualifications that we are teaching, are suited for the future of tourism. It's going to be very, very important that we do that, and we continue to do so. And we have the proper curriculum and the proper set of skills that are taught at school, that when someone gets out, they're able to get a job. But for the jobs to be created, we need more people to travel. We need more international, guests, visitors to come to our country, so that we can grow the number of jobs, on top of what we have in the country. Right now, we are maintaining the number of jobs that we have. We're not growing them. The big part that we're focusing on for ourselves is growing the number of jobs. And also, one of the things that we're doing is prioritizing the issues of employment within the sector. So we have a committee between the private sector and public sector that is looking into the issue of employment. How best do we make sure that young people get opportunity to show their skills, to contribute to the industry, to show their thinking, to turn around the industry differently to what we may be thinking. So we are looking at that very, very closely to ensure that we have programs in place that can turn around the status quo. So that's top of mind, for us. So those are just some of the things that I believe are critical. But I think we need to have further engagements as we go so that we can give updates on where we are. But I think the goal from all of us is that we do acknowledge the challenges that are there. We are all committed to solving those challenges. And the fact that we are here today, it shows that commitment that we are committed to solving that challenge, and we are committed to ensuring that we do the right things within the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chiwengwa. That would have been the last from the responses. Maybe before I give over now to the chair of the Committee on Tourism, who would have convened to join them today in this joint meeting. It's just to emphasize the point that the questions were many from a number of you honorable members. And that's why I've given space so that at least there's an attempt to respond to each one of the members. Whether that will be up to the highest level of satisfaction or not, it's another issue. But at least there's been an attempt to respond to the questions. And if you still feel dissatisfied, there's also the chat. You can put that question there. And I think those who would note it and probably come back in writing. But I also want us to take this as a continuous discussion that helps us to focus on these important areas of work as we strive to ensure that South Africans qualify, are employed before we consider bringing skills as skills. Of course, I think what comes out of this discussion, which I thought I should clarify because it also helps answer some of the questions. If we use just the stats that have been presented before us, in the main from the point similar fact, I was just making from a quick idea of this. It is clear that look at numbers showed that the sector is hitting above national average. So maybe all the explanations that Mr. Chivengwa was giving of family owned and so on, we then have to look at it because it punches above national average, almost in every aspect. I'm not sure if it's how I make this summary, but let me write then and give to you, Honorable Chair. But I just thought I should make that point so that.
Thank you, Honorable Maneli. I think you are experiencing some technical difficulties because we hear you and then you disappear and then you reappear again. Yeah. Yes, I think you are experiencing some technical difficulties. Honorable members, I've now neared the end of today's joint portfolio committees. So I would just like to extend again A thank you to the Department of Employment and Labor, led by DM Sibia and DM Chabalala, the Department of Tourism, led by DM Sochu, and all the officials of both departments that were present in today's meeting, as well as extending a thank you to Mr. I must get the name right, from FEDASA, Mr. Brett from FEDASA, and then Mr. Chivengwa from the Business Council of South Africa, the Tourism Business Council, and all honorable members. With that said, let me just do some closing remarks. And then I'm not sure, Honorable Maneli, if you were doing closing remarks, but let me proceed. The compliance level by the private sector is extremely low, and it's unacceptable, and it's something that we need to work on. The Tourism Business Council should not just be complacent, but should also ensure that its members comply with existing laws. The initiative of an electronic portal to assist companies with compliance is welcome, and there should be timeframes linked to this, and FEDASA and TBCSA are requested to provide both committees with progress in regard to a number of companies that comply as a result of this portal initiative. The legislative review process by the Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labor is most welcome. This should take into account all the current issues into the tourism sector. To DG Vele and Deputy Minister Sochu, it is important for the Department of Tourism to engage the legislative review process and provide comprehensive inputs to the bill. TBCSA should also provide comprehensive inputs in the legislative review process underway. The Department of Employment and Labor needs to take into account that it's important to develop a compliance manual that will assist with compliance. This may be done in collaboration with the private sector as part of collaboration between government and private sector. The Department of Tourism and TBCSA should work closely with CAFCETA to provide skills that will assist with South Africans to get employed and rise to the ranks within the tourism sector. The issue of skill shortages reported by the private sector is unacceptable, given that there is a SETA responsible for skills training in the sector. The numbers presented by the Department of Employment and Labor seem not to capture the real issues on the ground. The numbers are based on designated employers with more than 50 employees. The reality is that there are many SMMEs in the sector that employ less than 50 people. These people should be assisted to comply. The important issue raised by FEDASA is collaboration between government and private sector. It should be emphasized that whilst ensuring compliance through the existing instruments, the Department of Employment and Labor should work closely with the private sector to assist with compliance. There should be a balance between a carrot and stick approach. The PC on tourism will request a follow-up meeting with the stakeholders in this meeting, including the Department of Home Affairs, as correctly suggested. This will probably be after the finalization of the current legislative review process. And those were those closing remarks. I'll just give over to Chairperson Maneli if you wanted to also do some concluding remarks. Honorable Maneli.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you now hear me properly. I've tried to move to another space. But I was just closing my part on the question and answer because I saw some hands that were still coming up so that I clarify that they have an opportunity to put there. Otherwise, you've covered the closing remarks as you were to be the one doing that as I was handing over to you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maneli, and thank you to the Portfolio Committee. I wanted to say PC. I wanted now to abbreviate it. The Portfolio Committee members, all honorable members from the Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labor, as well as I've stated, I already thank the two respective departmental teams, as well as from FIDASA and TBCSA in the meeting. And with that said, honorable members, I know we do have a sitting this afternoon at 2 p.m. I hope you will go and enjoy your lunch, and then you'll be ready to log on to the 2 p.m. meeting. And with that said, our meeting is closed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairs.
Thank you,
Chair. Bye.
Thank you very much, Chair and the members. Siyabonga kakhulu.